And good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Emerald Downs. Today's track condition is listed fast. It's a fast track for today's racing. Here now are the changes, corrections, and scratches for this afternoon's racing program. In the first race today, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes. No changes in the first. In the second race, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. Number 4, White Peony, will have an owner change. We'll pass that information on to you forthcoming. Owner correction for number 4, White Peony. Number 6, Shady Harbor, will race without blinkers. No blinkers for number 6, Shady Harbor. In the third race, a distance of 1.70 miles. There are no changes in the third. Turning to the fourth race today, a distance of 5 furlongs. Number 1, Owl's Big Boy, will race without blinkers. No blinkers for number 1. Number 4, the Bronx Bull, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4, the Bronx Bull. Number 6, Chase, has an owner correction. Make the owner Gary Thomas Williamson. Gary Thomas Williamson, the corrected owner for number 6, Chase. In the fifth race, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes in the fifth. In the sixth race today, the Pacifico Beer Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 4, Golden River, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4, Golden River. Number 7, A View from Above, has been scratched. Scratch number 7, A View from Above. Turning to the seventh race today, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. There are no changes in the seventh. And in the eighth and final race today, a distance of 6 furlongs. Number 1, Bronze Girl, the owner and trainer should be listed as Jorge Maravilla. Jorge Maravilla, the corrected owner and trainer for number 1, Bronze Girl. Number 5, Shadowed Thoughts. The owner should be listed exclusively as Han Cheng Kum. Also, that one will race with blinkers on number 5. Those are the changes, corrections, and scratches for today's racing program. Post time for the opener coming up in 41 minutes. Up next, it's Handicapper's Corner.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Time for Handicapper's Corner here at Emerald Downs. Joe with you, along with track announcer Tom Harris. Hi, Tom.
Good afternoon, and another beautiful day, Joe. Got a fast track, got a whole lot going on.
Yeah, as usual on a weekend at Emerald Downs, racing and mixed in with some family fun, some promotions, and some different animals today out there on the track. Those would be bulldogs, several qualifying heats, and then, of course, the championships.
We should have had Spike from Gonzaga over here. That would have been the perfect touch.
Yeah.
Next year.
I've
I'm
never
going to work
seen
on
him
that
in
one.
action other than just looking for attention.
I think he's pretty fast.
Okay. Well, they've got a lot of good athletes over there. We know that over the years. So, Bulldogs today, the qualifying races will be after the second thoroughbred race and after the fourth, and then the championships after race number 6. We have an 8-race card today. We have a carryover in our jackpot pick 6, a little over $2,900. That'll start in race number 3 today. And you might have been looking at the TV screens just a minute ago or so. A couple of giveaways coming up in June, Tom. Fab Friday always has some apparel.
Yes.
That you get when you come into the track on our first Fab Friday, which is June 5th. There it is at the bottom.
Love that shirt.
How about a Hawaiian shirt this year?
That is a beautiful shirt, and I know we've got the floppy hat, too.
Yeah.
A little bit later on, and some other wonderful things.
Yeah, that'll be our first Friday night of racing. First race, 7 p.m., June 5th, Friday night. If you come into the track with your paid admission, you'll get a Hawaiian shirt, and you can wear that wherever you wish. But if you wear it back to Emerald Downs on subsequent Fridays, you get free admission the rest of the season. So pretty valuable Hawaiian shirt there on Friday, June 5th. And then on June 20th, that'll be our 30th anniversary. We opened on June 20th, 1996. Man, 30 years. Whew.
Yeah.
But a bucket hat giveaway that day.
On opening day?
On June 20th this year.
This year.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, bucket hat giveaway this coming June 20th, which is a Saturday. So make plans to be on out for that day as well. And as you can see, the grandparents race. The kids will be on the track next weekend, and the grandparents race not too far away. That always gives a good chuckle and pretty darn good response to those grandparents who want to win. We've seen some fast grandparents out there.
Well, not this grandparent, I'll tell you what. I bolted quickly to the outside rail, and they just got further and further in front.
Well,
but that's okay.
Yeah, if you're not going to win, then,
change of strategy this year, I think, is in order.
Okay, well, 8 races coming up, and the Bulldogs in action. So let's take a look at some of the races today. That's what we do here. The first race is a sprint for older horses, a field of 5. And there they are. There's the runners. My Vino already a winner at the meeting, Tom.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the point now where we're starting to see some of these horses making their second appearance on the meet. And I'm going to go with Louis the First in this one. He's got pretty good speed on the inside. The recent workouts look nice, and Blaine Wright will send Kevin Krieger, who is in search of his 500th Emerald Downs victory.
Yeah, Kevin, the defending jockey champion, and of course he won another title back in the 2000s and came up, late in the 24 season and really did well, and then won it all last year. So Kevin sitting on a nice career milestone there. It won't be long till he achieves that. I did go with number 4, Hadagassel. Is that how you're going to say that one? The 4?
That sounds like it.
Hadagassel. Yeah, coming off a good race down in Phoenix, as so many last out Turf Paradise runners are up here at Emerald Downs. It's a good circuit move from Phoenix up here to Auburn, Washington. So
maybe the longest circuit in all of horse racing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, their closing day is our opening day.
And I mean in distance, from 1,700 miles between here and Phoenix. I think in the old days, you'd see them go from New York down to Gulfstream Park in Florida and back. That was a pretty good haul, but I think this one beats that one.
1,700 miles. You've probably driven it.
A few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second race, fillies and mares in a sprint. a field of 6 in this one, and some more Emerald Downs newcomers. Who do you like in the second?
Can't deal with it for being number 3. Carlo Lopez will have the call, and this one showed little interest in Santa Anita going a mile, but fared much better at 6 furlongs against 10,000 claimers. Also got the maiden win at Santa Anita going 5.5 furlongs, and Carlo will ride here for Francisco Rodriguez.
Okay, can't deal with it. Number 3, I'm going to go to the 5 in here, Social Status, another Turf Paradise shipper, and last race wasn't super stellar, but actually has run several good races here overall in 2026. Social Status for me. Let's go on to the 3rd, and the jackpot pick 6 starts right here. We've got a carryover of $2,900 in the jackpot, 10-cent jackpot pick 6. This is the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse, so family and friends of H.R. Gibson will be congregating in the winner's circle. H.R. passed away earlier this year, part of that just comprehensive and accomplished Gibson family in Washington racing. Brothers Claude and Elwin, Ben.
And you got Mark, who's our starter.
Yeah, he's
part of the Gibson family, and his dad's here today too as well. So.
Howard Gibson, Howie Gibson is. Yeah.
Big family.
HR has been part of Emerald Downs every year, and we did lose him earlier this year, so we will recognize H.R. Gibson in the 3rd, which is 1 mile and 70 yards, older horses, Tom.
I went to Julian in Paris. I liked him first time out here on the meeting, and I think we'll enjoy this extra distance today out to 1 mile and 70 yards here. Sports new colors today for owner Joe Crawford. Charlie Essex has Kevin Krieger with the assignment.
Well, Benny Buckets lost a really tough decision first time out at the meeting. He loves the mile. This is 1 mile and 70, not much different. He's got that tactical run to him. So Vince Gibson has Selvio Amador aboard, the morning line favorite. Benny Buckets, good record here at Emerald, good record in those 2-turn races. 4th race will start the pick 5 on a Sunday afternoon. The Pepsi Purse, and these are 3-year-old maidens. One first-time starter, number 8, Exactamundo, is a firster, and that is a Coco Patino runner. Go ahead, Tom.
I went to Jess in Time Joe, the 5-horse in this one. I think could clear early and be tough at this distance. McKenna is certainly a hot barn, and he has Amador to do the guiding.
I like him too. Jess in Time. Encouraging races as a 2-year-old last year, and as you mentioned, the McKenna barn off to a great start, and we agree on the 5 and the 4th. The 5th race is older fillies and mares in a sprint, a field of 6 in here. Bobby's Genie really ran well in her most recent. Princess Akawi came back on to beat her, but a lot of other possibilities in this one.
Well, unless somebody tells me otherwise, I'm going to go with Bangy Go.
Okay.
The 2-horse in this race because of the breeding Bango.
Okay.
So put those together, you come up with Bangy Go perhaps.
Yep.
But anyway, was just up in time to win the Ann Owens Distaff down in Arizona, and just missed in the Cactus Flower at Turf Paradise. Both minor stakes efforts, but that was a nice win in the Owens. Of course, the Owens family really big in Arizona racing history down there. But I like Bangy Go here on top.
Okay, and you've got morning line favorite. I'm going to take Creme de Menthe, who, her recent races aren't stellar, but boy, if you look at her Emerald Downs sprint races, even last year, she loves this track. And, we have seen already in the 4 days of racing several horses that maybe don't do good in Phoenix, but they do better here, and vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely, and that holds true in a lot of places.
Yeah.
What's the old saying? Horses for the courses, and it certainly applies, and you see that quite frequently.
Debbie Peary in charge. Kevin Krieger aboard. Creme de Menthe loves this track. Certainly fits on class. I'll give her a big shot today. 6th race, older horses, starter allowance conditions, scratch a view from above. There's certainly a horse that loves Emerald Downs. He's not in today, however. Who do you like in the 6th?
I go to Classic Cinema. This horse has the speed to get the job done. Has won 6 out of his last 8 races. Just a horse that's a now racehorse.
Oh boy, he just took to Emerald Downs a very easy victory already at the meeting. Certainly one to catch, and without a view from above in there, it makes the front end a little better for him. Still some speed in there. I'm going to give 40G the nod. Kendra Lyons has a couple in here. Number 2, 40G. Number 5, Chelsea's Danzig Light. They're both up from Phoenix on good form. They have competed with Classic Cinema and fairly well with her, and 40G is versatile. He can come from just off the pace if need be. So slight upset pick there in the 6th over Classic Cinema, who's trying to become a 2-time winner. 7th race is an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Tom?
Into My Sunset, the 5-horse here. 3 solid efforts to the credit now for trainer Frank Lucarelli, and Isaias Enriquez will pilot.
That's right, and she ran into, I don't have the name of the horse in front of me, but she ran into a really good filly down there at Turf Paradise, one of her defeats. But as you mentioned, 3 good races from her. She's going to be a strong favorite today. We like her to pick up that victory and get her 2nd career win. And the 8th and final, fillies and mares in a sprint, a field of 7.
I went to dress rehearsal here, Joe. Dress rehearsal, the 3-horse Rise from Santa Anita and Los Alamitos, where she was mostly overmatched. I think will fit here for the 2,500 level.
Okay, dress rehearsal number 3 with Alex Cruz. I took Solo Un Beso, who, yes, her better races were at a mile last year, but her sprints weren't all that bad either. She progressed last year, so.
And Solo and Beso, translation, it's only a kiss.
Okay.
It's only a kiss. Quick note, we ran the Preakness yesterday, very exciting race once again. I like to do these little factoid things. So the Preakness, did you know, was run 16 times in New York. From 1890 to 1908, they ran it at the old Morris Park in the Bronx, which Morris Park itself is still there. And then they ran some of the races at Gravesend Racetrack in Brooklyn. So 16 years of long ago history for the Preakness. And, I looked at that because of the race being run at Laurel, of course, this year for the first time.
I'm wondering if did it start in Baltimore, the race?
That's a good question.
This is its 151st running, so it started before 1890.
I think it did start in Baltimore and then, went to New York for whatever reason at the turn of the century. But, the interesting little stories that go along with these races and places.
Okay, next up, the Belmont Stakes to complete the Triple Crown. That'll be 3 weeks from yesterday. So there's a look at some action at Emerald Downs today on the track. Of course, the Bulldogs as well. And just have a great Sunday afternoon in the sun at Emerald Downs. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we are getting closer to racing at Emerald Downs. The Thoroughbreds in 15 minutes to race number 1. And, of course, the Bulldogs for some added enjoyment and entertainment this afternoon as well. We'll have Bulldog races after the second Thoroughbred race, the 4th, and the championship Bulldog races after the 6th. And got some younger horses involved today as we move on to day number 5 at Emerald Downs. Joe Withey along with John Lindley of Parker's. And John, the trip notes are a key handicapping item and supplement to many of us, and I know they're pretty well known around the nation as well for people who follow Emerald Downs. John watches the races live, watches the replays here, then watches them again and compiles trip notes that are free to access on our website, emeralddowns.com. And yeah, a couple things yesterday to look at. Every race.
Yeah, there was a winner of the final race who had significant trouble on the turn. In fact, I think Tom mentioned, this horse has pretty much been completely eliminated. And then she just kept coming and coming. Then at the end, she drew off. It was a big effort by her. And, of course, there was an inquiry yesterday with some crowding at the start, which, happens in a lot of races. It was a bang, bang, bang play. It was kind of really hard to see, who did what there. But the stewards ended up disqualifying the second place horse. But in that race, tax code and such, that was a super fast race yesterday. 102 and change on a track that wasn't that fast. The winner of that race and the second place horse ran huge there, and they're going to do some damage going forward.
Tax code, won our feature yesterday, and of course we've seen him run a lot of big sprints, and he was really moving yesterday. That was great for Vicki Wilson, the owner, trainer Blaine Wright, and Kevin Krieger aboard. And you're speaking of Malibu Lady, who was a second-time starter, broke her maiden in that last race yesterday.
Yeah, and if you want to watch a replay where you think your horse is completely eliminated, or if you're the connections on leaving the turn, and it looked like that, she checked sharply and lost maybe 5-6 lengths, but normally that would be the end of it. But nope, she came running and drew off at the end there, and you go catch that replay. Of course, you'll see the race notes when they get up probably Friday-ish.
Okay, the race replay is free to access as well at emeralddowns.com. Okay, the first of 8, the horses are getting ready. This is a sprint for 4-year-olds and upward. The start of our early pick 4. And again, the jackpot pick 6 is going to start in race number 3 through 8 today with a carryover just under $3,000. First race, we're looking at Louis the First. And he has 2 career victories, and they have come each of the last 2 seasons at Emerald Downs, 25 and 24. And you can see that he has run well fresh on 2 occasions, John.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at this and see that he won his seasonal debut June 29th after a layoff, and then he won again May 18th of last year after a layoff. He goes for a barn. We talked about this. Tax code was ready off a layoff. Going South ran big for that barn yesterday. Nice workout pattern. Has good tactical speed. Has Kevin Krieger up. A lot of positives here. I think a lot of people are going to land on him for those reasons.
Yeah, definitely. Running fresh. And, when he has been beaten, he's been beaten by some pretty sharp horses at, some higher levels. So Louis the First, Blaine Wright runner with Kevin Krieger aboard from the post 1 here in the first. Number 2 there is our Barracuda. We know him at Emerald Downs and from last year as well. He broke his maiden here, and subsequently he's won at Turf Paradise in Phoenix, but you look at his Emerald Downs record, 5 out of 8, he's been first or second.
And he ran some fast races, even though they were maiden races. He was in some fast heats last year, including when he broke his maiden, going 135 and 3, which is moving pretty good for a maiden $10,000 race. And as you talked about, Turf Paradise, he won at 5.5, sprinting with the big effort there. So he comes back here. He's got a little bit of a layoff, which it looks like he might have needed here. And that, when you look at that one sprint that he ran back in December, that race would give him a big chance today.
Beautiful dappled gray there from the barn of Jamie Cruz. Alex Cruz to ride. Alex Cruz aboard our Barracuda for the horse's maiden victory here last August. There's the 2. Generally from, shown early speed at a mile. His sprint victory, or his maiden victory here last year was at a mile, but he also won a sprint from off the pace in Phoenix. Number 3, Conrad Meadows. When he's well placed, he can do some damage up front. He's got some quickness.
Yeah, he's run into Louis the First a couple times, and he was pushing him pretty hard, back last year on that debut that Louis the First was able to win, but they went 21-3. So, like you mentioned, this horse has excellent early speed. This barn won with the layoff, barn and jockey won with the layoff type Bumping River last weekend, so you know that they're ready to go fresh, and as you mentioned, having good tactical speed is always a positive, and he's probably going to be right on the hip of Louis the First, and if he breaks sharply, he could be on the lead going into the turn. We'll see.
Okay, Jose Navarro, the trainer of Conrad Meadows. Jose, as John mentioned, has won with his only starter at the meeting. Francisco Diaz-Lopez aboard, who also, the rider, Francisco Diaz-Lopez, has won his only mount at the meeting. So, keep that going, barn. There's the 3, Washington bred by Attaboy Roy. Number 4 is Hatta Gassel, Ramiro Miraz, the trainer, and Carlo Lopez to ride Hatta Gassel, who comes in from Phoenix, where he has won this year, in fact, fairly recently.
Yeah, making a good impression in the paddock there. He comes off a big effort and fast time, 109.4 for $5,000 horses on a day when the track really wasn't that fast down in Arizona. And the race before that had some trouble and still ran good. He's got a nice stalking style. He's had a race where some others in here haven't run recently. So a lot of positives there. And again, you look at him in the paddock, he looks ready to go.
Yeah, nice confident prance going on there for the Miraz trainee. Again, Carlo Lopez up. And on the outside, My Vino, the 5, is going to try and become the first horse to win 2 races at the 2026 Emerald Downs meeting.
Yeah, last week when he ran in the first race, he was far back early. He doesn't really show that in the running line, but he's pretty far back early and he was favored. But slowly he started gaining on the turn. He came up the inside and was able to outfinish Fruit Loots, who had been up on the lead the whole way. Big effort by him. This is a little tougher company with some horses that, have a little more tactical speed. He's going to be pretty far back early, but he is 1 for 1 this year at Emerald, and he is a big stretch runner.
Yeah, just a really fine win last week for the Frank Lucarelli runner. Isaias Enriquez back aboard. My Vino as 5 will head to the track. Again, this is the start of the early pick 4. And we have rolling doubles, rolling pick 3s. The pick 3 takeout just 12%. Horses to the track for race 1.
And the horses take the track for the first race today in the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. It's a claiming event, purse of $11,500 for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll arrive at the gate in 5 minutes, post time 5 away. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise if able. Kindly remove your hats for today's performance of the national anthem. Today's anthem will be performed by the Tacoma Vocal Standard. Founded as a non-profit in 1946, they have been entertaining audiences with close harmony for 80 years. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
The Tacoma Vocal Standard.
First race at Emerald Downs, just minutes away. It's a sprint for 4-year-olds and upward. And the first of 8 today as the sunshine is upon us. A nice sight. Let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris and get his selection in the first.
Absolutely, Joe. Sun comes out right on time. Knew the horses would go into the gate. Here's the sunshine as we get set. Track is fast, and we're getting ready for 6 furlongs in the opener, the neutral purse. I'll go with Louis the First at the inside, speed at the rail, good workouts to the credit. Blaine Wright, sending jockey Kevin Krieger, who is in search of his 500th Emerald Downs victory. He may get it here with Louis the First. Also in this race, My Dino, extra sharp in that last out for the win. Looks to be very prominent in this race, and Hatta Gas will make up my top 3. I go 1, 5, and 4 in the opener.
Very good, Tom. Louis the First, Tom's selection. John Lindley.
I'm going to go with him also, as you mentioned right off the bat. He's won off a layoff each of the last 2 years. He's a Dad's Caps. Dad's Caps seem to love Emerald Downs. He's going to have to deal with Conrad Meadows early, and of course the closers late into the outside 2 horses. But the fact that he's 2 for 2 off rest is, tilts me towards him.
Yeah, he should be tough, and the public is seeing him as the favorite right now. I'm going to take Hatta Gassel, the 4. Carlo Lopez for Ramiro Miraz. Hatta Gassel comes in off a win in Phoenix, a new barn, but just a lot of solid sprints. And when he ran here in the past, he had 2 seconds in 4 tries. So a horse with some conditions and on good form. Conditioning edge, that is. I'm on the 4. John and Tom on the 1 in race 1.
The horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the first. First race today, the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. Louis the first one to go up. Now comes our Barracuda. Conrad Meadows to follow. Hadagastle second last. My Vino last one. They're in the gate. And the runners away. Good start for Conrad Meadows, who emerges from the middle of the pack to take the lead. Hadagastle on the go from the outside. Storming up at the rail comes Louis the First, right up there quickly. Span of 3. Back to our Barracuda, second last, and 4 more to My Vino. Midway up the backstretch they go, and on for the far turn. They throw out the first quarter in 22 5 100ths. Out front, Conrad Meadows blazing the trail. Louis the First takes measure of the leader in second by 2.5. Hadagastle's racing a solid third by 3. Then it's back to our Barracuda and My Vino a quarter mile away as they run to the top of the stretch. Conrad Meadows first in front off the turn, clear length and a half. It's Conrad Meadows as they straighten way down the lane. Louis the First is urged from the outside. They've 200 yards to go now, middle of the racetrack. Here comes My Vino. My Vino full of run late, 100 yards to the line. It's Conrad Meadows and My Vino closing fast. My Vino up to win it from Conrad Meadows. Louis the First followed third. Our Barracuda and Hadagastle. Time of the race, 1:10 and 12 100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the first race today. Finishing first, it was number 5, My Vino. Second came number 3, Conrad Meadows. Third was number 1, Louis the First. And fourth, number 2, our Barracuda. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 12 100ths. The first race today was the neutral purse. Results official. The official winner, number 5, My Vino. into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, My Vino. He's owned by TVL Racing LLC. The winning trainer is Frank Lucarelli, and the winning rider, Isaias Enriquez. My Vino's a 4-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Vino Rosso. From the mare's specification, she was sired by Empire Maker. Bred in Kentucky by Todd and Sean Hansen. And a look at the prices for the first race today. Winner number 5, My Vino, returns $5.92 on the win ticket, $3.36, $2.12 to show. Number 3, Conrad Meadows, $10.34 to place and $3.54 to show. Third came number 1, Louis the First, $2.26 to show. Winning Exacta, $24.57. 50-cent trifecta, $30.64. The 10-cent super, $10.33. Coming up, the second race today, the Olympic Eagle Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. In the second race, number 4, White Peony. The owner should be listed as Steve and Letha Har. Steve and Letha Har, the corrected owners for number 4, White Peony. Number 6, Shady Harbor, will race without blinkers. No blinkers for number 6. Post time for the second race, coming up at 2:19. 22 minutes until post time. And fans, don't forget, following our second, fourth, and sixth races today, we'll have the Bulldogs in action, and it's presented by Pacifico. Bulldog Racing today here at Emerald Downs. Don't forget, you can stay up to date with everything going on here at the track. Visit our website at emeralddowns.com. We're also on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X. Special Emerald Downs welcome today to our good friends from Pacifico, proud sponsors of today's Bulldog races, presented by Pacifico.
Coming up on race number 2 at Emerald Downs, the Olympic Eagle Purse. And these are fillies and mares sprinting 5.5 furlongs. With me, trainer Howard Gibson, who's off to a really good start at the meeting with a couple victories and has a runner in here. But Howard is also part of the extended Gibson family who have been involved in Washington racing since the 1950s or so. And his uncle, H.R. Gibson, passed away earlier this year. Howie, we've got Bulldog races coming up after this second thoroughbred race, and maybe some would agree H.R. had a little Bulldog in him.
Yeah, I would say so. I think he was a mentor for me, like a lot of people around here, and he let me grow up around him and everything, so I really appreciated all that, and I'm sorry to see him go, but we're just going to celebrate him today, so.
That's right. The third race is the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse, and H.R. part of every Emerald Downs season and going back decades at Long Acres, and again with his brothers Claude and Ben and Elwin, just a huge part of Washington racing. And
Yeah, there was 8 of them. There was a whole bunch of them. Lee, Howard, Art. I don't know if I can count that high, but anyways. No, they were a big part of my life, so we're fortunate to be here.
you know, H.R., he picked out and developed a number of young horses. I mean, he learned the craft from the bottom up, and he had a talent in that regard.
Yeah, he picked out a lot of nice horses. I mean, he had Easy Kitty and LJ Express, and then Miss Nice Choice. They were all good horses. I think they had a lot of fun in the 90s in Yakima with him winning the Long Acres Mile there, or the Budweiser Mile, what they called it there. And I mean, Charlie won the mile in Yakima too with I Want a Winner. And so, you know, there was a lot of good horsemen. They have a lot of good horsemen and everything. I don't know if they got along with everybody all the time, but you still can't take away how, you know, they broke a lot of horses. I mean, HR and Claude broke a lot of babies that they didn't even have, you know. I mean, HR broke a lot of horses for a lot of different people up there in Kent, so I don't even know the extent of that. But you know, he didn't talk very much about it. He didn't like talking about himself like a lot of people. He just kind of kept to himself, and I was fortunate enough to be around him.
Yeah, no, definitely not a guy to pat himself on the back or brag, but his production took care of itself. From his limited starters, his horses were always well placed, and the whole Gibson family is pretty much noted for that. And you're kind of picking up where the others have left off over the years, and this is your second good year at Emerald Downs. You're starting off well. So let's remember HR today.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody, for the race and all this stuff. I really appreciate it. So hopefully we have a good day, and hopefully Vince has a good chance in the third race. So
Happy to do it. Howard Gibson joining us here in the paddock. He's going to you might give us just a comment on White Peony, who's running here for the first time, coming in on good form from Phoenix.
yeah, hopefully, you know, it's going 5.5. She has a little bit of speed, and hopefully Poncho's horse doesn't catch us. So there we go. So hopefully we have a good day today.
Good luck and best wishes to you, and thank you for the words on H.R. Gibson from Howard Gibson. Yeah, H.R., he developed Easy Kitty and sold her, and she went on to become Washington Horse of the Year, but he slipped her by at a lower claiming price for her debut, and her talent was on display right away.
You know, he had a lot of horses, as Howie said, but a lot of them had early speed, and he won a lot of races wire to wire, especially with the younger horses. You would almost count on him having 1 or 2 or 3 every year that would come out and go wire to wire.
And as Howie said, HR broke so many top horses, and breaking a horse is getting a yearling before the horse turns 2, say in the fall or winter of its 1-year-old year, and teaching it how to have a saddle on it, and how to have a human on it, and how to be controlled from the reins and the bridle and so forth. And H.R. Gibson, an expert at that. That is the third race today. Again, we'll have the Bulldogs on the track after the second. Vernon at midnight has the rail post for Mary Tate. Blake Nunnally aboard. Vernon at midnight coming in from Phoenix, looking for his first win of the year.
Yeah, he was able to she was able to break her maiden here last year after running a couple of good races earlier, and then she went to Phoenix and didn't fare as well, although I do think she woke up a little bit in her last couple starts. She is back at Emerald, as you mentioned. She probably is one of these horses that maybe just didn't care for Arizona, and she likes Emerald, and she'll have a nice stretch kick here. I expect her to run a lot better than she has in her recent races.
Fillies and Mares, 5.5 furlongs, prime number 2 for Shelley Crow. Silvio Amador had that good sprint victory in March, and after that she ran on the turf once, ran a mile, so she could show some improvement here. A stretch runner, and that worked in race number 1 with My Vino.
Yeah, you look at her, and like you mentioned, she was able to break her maiden, and then they tried her on the turf, and that didn't fare well, and they tried routing her. So she has a couple excuses. This is maybe a little tougher field than she did face last time. Obviously, she's going to have to improve to threaten, but we'll see if she can get some going forward today.
Prime number with Silvio Amador. Number 3 Can't Deal With It, the morning line favorite, currently 6-5. Yeah, 2 of her last 3 sprints have been good efforts, and not only that, they've been at Santa Anita.
Yeah, you look at her form and you see that she was able to break her maiden for 20 and then ran a decent second for 10, was claimed out of that race, and New Connections tried to route her. That didn't work. They're back sprinting, a much easier spot. She's going to probably be a pretty heavy favorite off of those 2 races you talked about.
Here she is in the paddock for trainer Francisco Rodriguez. Oh, big, tall mare, daughter of violence, with Carlo Lopez aboard. White Peony is the 4 by Twirling Candy, trained by Howard Gibson. Adrian Castellanos, and what have you done for me lately? Well, a maiden victory and a good effort against winners down in Phoenix.
Yeah, you look at her form, and she comes in excellent form, as you mentioned. She was claimed out of that race, and that was her first try against winners, and she ran a really good third after taking the lead. She's lightly raced, has a reason to improve. Some of these others have had a lot of races, so this one should have improved today.
Right. She has the most recent win, as this is a non-winners of 2 condition. Social Status comes from Ramiro Miraz's barn with Kevin Krieger.
Yeah, you look at her last race and you don't know what happened, but her previous race was a big second place finish. That would give her a big chance today.
And Shady Harbor on the outside. Washington bred by Harbor the Gold from Jesse Velasquez. Blinkers off. Pablo Castillo.
Moves outside and has some early speed when she ran here last year. She didn't like Grants Pass in Oregon, but she's returning to Emerald.
Okay, 6 runners headed to the track for the Olympic Eagle Purse.
That's Dan Harrington's call to post for the second race today. It's the Olympic Eagle Purse, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. The purse is $9,000 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder number 6, Shady Harbor runs without blinkers. No blinkers on the 6. Post time in 5 minutes.
Second race at Emerald Downs, a 5.5 furlong sprint for fillies and mares. And again, rolling doubles, rolling pick threes, where, you can tie a couple of winners together on a ticket. Pick three, of course, 3 straight races with a 12% takeout. Those payoffs are generally better, almost 100% of the time, better than a parlay of 3 consecutive races. Okay. Getting in deep on the explanation there. Let's go up to Tom for his selection in race 2.
Joe, some days you just can't deal with it. So that's why I'm going to go to the 3 here. Just can't deal with it. Even money right now getting a lot of early attention in the wagering, and just can't deal with it. Showed little interest at Santa Anita going a mile, but fared much better there at 6 furlongs against the $10,000 claiming cast. Also got the maiden win down at Santa Anita going 5.5 furlongs, and Carlo Lopez will do the guiding here for Can't Deal With It, number 3. That's my top pick here. I go 3, 4, and 5 in the second.
Thanks, Tom. Let's go to John Lindley.
Yeah, on Can't Deal With It. I wish she'd shown a little more routing last time. She certainly bred the route. When you look at her, she should have routed, and she didn't. But her 2 sprints, the maiden win and then the improved second last time, kind of tower over this field. She's a deserving favorite. She doesn't have a lot of early speed, but we did see Miveno come from far back, and we'll see if that happens again.
Okay, there's 2 votes for the favorite. Can't Deal With It. Social status intrigues me a little bit. She's a bit of an overlay, 2-to-1 morning line. Her last race wasn't great, but she did pick up her maiden victory in Phoenix, and I like horses that jump into the winners group and compete well, and she's done that for the most part. So Social Status, also making her Emerald Downs debut, is my selection. I'm on the 5, and John and Tom on the 3 here in the second.
Fans, don't forget, if you'd like a souvenir from your day at the races, be sure to stop by our gift shop on track level right across from customer service. We have a limited supply of Bulldog and Bulldog Day shirts, plus water bowls, bandanas, and more to take home to your pup as well. Check it out at the gift shop on track level right across from customer service. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the second. Burning at midnight, first one to go in. Prime Number will move in right alongside. Now, Can't Deal With It steps up. White Peony goes to join them. Social Status standing by to load. Kevin Krieger's dismounted for the moment. And the gate crew will get Social Status headed to the gate here in just a moment as they work with White Peony number 4. Now Social Status steps in. Jockey Kevin Krieger will climb aboard in the gate. One more to go. That's Shady Harbor. Shady Harbor right at the gate door. Now tucked away. They're in the gate. And runners away. Shady Harbor broke well from the far outside. So did Social Status. Right back of that one, moving through along the inside, comes Burning at Midnight. Prime number is back of the lead pack. Advancing in front of that comes White Peony now. And then Social Status prompted towards the outside. Circling up now from the tail is Can't Deal With It. Around the far turn they go. 3/8 of a mile away. Shady Harbor is on the lead from Social Status. Can't Deal With It continues to gain, now in third, sweeping up from the outside. Burning at Midnight's back of that, and White Peony, they reach the top of the stretch. They round the turn and head for home. Here comes Can't Deal With It on the attack. From between horses, Social Status and Shady Harbor. Deep stretch they come. Can't Deal With It from the outside. On the inside, Social Status. These two in a slugfest to the finish. Social Status on the inside. Can't Deal With It on the outside. Those two very close at the line. Shady Harbor back of that. White Peony followed. Burning at Midnight and Prime number. They stopped the clock at 1:04 and 12/100ths. Photo finish for the second race of Photo in the second. Your attention trainers Candy Kreiderman, Joe Toy, David Martinez, Charlie Essex, Jorge Rosales, and Faustino Patino. Contact the claims clerk, please. Photo shows number 3, Can't Deal With It, the winner. Number 5, Social Status was edged into second. Number 6, Shady Harbor third. Number 4, White Peony fourth. Second race today, the Olympic Eagle Purse and the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle. It's Can't Deal With It. Owned by Hat Trick Racing, trained by Francisco Rodriguez. Carlo Lopez in the irons for the score. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown Filly by Violence. from Miss Deal On Model. She was sired by Benchmark. Can't Deal With It, bred in Kentucky by TNIP LLC. Results official. Here's a look at the prices for the second race. Winner number 3, Can't Deal With It, 410 on the win, 246, 210 across. Number 5, Social Status, 344 and 278 on the place and show. Number 6, Shady Harbor, $5.18 to show. The Exacta, $4.95. The early double, $5.88. 50-cent trifecta, $25.74. And the 10-cent super, $12.03. Race fans, coming up next, it's the Bulldog Races presented by Pacifico. Congratulations to trainer Francisco Rodriguez, scoring his first victory as a trainer here at Emerald Downs. Hats off to Francisco Rodriguez. Here's a look at the photo finish from the second race today. Running time of the second race, 1:04 and 12/100ths. And ladies and gentlemen, the Bulldogs have entered the track for the first heat of the day. Here are the Bulldogs for heat number 1. We'll have heat 1 and heat 2 coming up in just a few moments here at Emerald Downs. Here's a look at the field. Poncho runs from the inside. Number 1 out of Tacoma, Washington. Representing Gig Harbor, it's Blaze of Glory, number 2. Ripster is number 3 from Marysville, Washington. All the way from Liberty Lake, other side of the state, Bella Bellini, number 4. Number 5 is Winston from Renton, Washington. Lola Bell, number 6 from Seattle. Maya's number 7 from Lacey. Number 8 is T. Molly from Seattle. T. Molly, the winning song, full name. Duncan's number 9 from Normandy Park, Washington. Sir Nigel Peddington is number 10 from Oak Harbor. And from right here in Auburn, it's Meathead, number 11. Meathead, obviously the hometown favorite. He's going to take position on the outside. Field of 11 to go postward in our first Bulldog race of the day. We have the holders at the start line, the encouragers just beyond the finish line. They can use whatever tool they need, toy / et al., to get those Bulldogs home in front, and they stand at the ready. Flag is up. And Bulldogs away, flying off the mark. Sir Nigel Peddington came storming home towards the outside. Sir Nigel Peddington with a big start to the Bulldog racing today from Oak Harbor. You saw he got a great start, just one from the outside. Meathead broke with him for a few steps, but Sir Nigel Peddington ran clear in the end. Good race from Poncho at the inside. Maya finishes. They all finish. All the Bulldogs finish for heat number 1. Time to go trackside. Here's Phil.
Thank you, Tom. I am here with our 2024 champion Bulldog, Sir Nigel Peddington from Oak Harbor and Kimberly. Were you excited to come back and try to win this thing again?
Absolutely. We were here last year and thought we had it, but Josephine took it, so we're here to reclaim our championship title.
We got some rivalries going on here, folks. Our next heat coming up here in just a moment. Back to you, Tom.
All right, congratulations to the winning connections. Sir Nigel Peddington with a big run in the first heat. Here's the field for heat number 2. They're led by Brutus Berg from the inside out of Bremerton. Liliana from Marysville, post 2. Odie runs from post 3 from Bellevue. Number 4 is Maui from Seattle, Washington. Number 5 is Victor from Federal Way. Roxy Pounders, number 6 from Meade. Number 7 is Kevin Stanley from Lake Tapps, Washington, just over the hill from us. Rudy is number 8. Puyallup is his hometown. Fifi is number 9. They call her Duchess Ophelia, but she goes by Fifi out of Fife. Heidi's number 10 from Seattle, and rounding out the field, number 11, Boo Boo DeLitt from Federal Way on the outside post position. We're just going to call him Boo Boo for the sake of this race because it'll be over in just a few seconds. There we got a loose Bulldog. Loose Bulldog. That was Boo Boo. Boo Boo just trying to work out the kinks here before we get things going. And it looks like they got a handle on Boo Boo. They'll take Boo Boo back to the start line. Pacifico, proud sponsors of our Bulldog races today. Special thanks to our great sponsors, Pacifico, as we get set for heat number 2. Boo Boo's back into position. Flag is up. And Bulldogs away. Fifi broke smartly towards the outside. We'll wait for the official word from the track side. Got a lot of Bulldogs going in different directions. Brutus and Liliana kind of hanging out at the start. Now we got Victor on his way to the finish. Couple more steps, Victor. You're almost there. There's Victor. You got to cross the wire. And we got Liliana still back mid-track. And you've got Brutus moseying underneath the rail at the inside. Let's head trackside. Here's Phil.
Thank you, Tom. That was a little chaotic, huh? I think our number 11 ran twice, finished second, but our winner is Rudy right here and Andrea from Puyallup. And listen to the crowd, a fan favorite.
Hey, this is our first time ever. This is our first Bulldog, and we're just excited to be here.
What about you? Have you been training your dog?
Yeah, with my shoes.
All right, there you go. Strategy. Our next heat coming up in just a minute. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thank you, Phil. Big run from Rudy today, the official winner. Rudy with a bold effort. We had several with pretty good starts to that race, but Rudy emerges clear right from the get. And we have our first 2 heat winners in the books. Sir Nigel Pettington and Rudy. Here's heat number 3 as they make way to the track, to the starting line, and we'll have Titan from the inside out of Auburn, Lake Taps Tito, Ruby from Bremerton, Gunner James Bates out of Sandy, Oregon, from Seattle, Oscar, number 6 Molly from Normandy Park, Moki Merle from Seattle, number 7, Juju's number 8. From Seattle, Spanaway Winnie, and Tilly on the outside from Tacoma. Tacoma Tilly, they call her. And working to get the Bulldogs at the ready down there at the start line. Don't see a Tilly on the outside. That may be a scratch. The flag is up and Bulldogs away. And it was a great start for Oscar. And it looks like Oscar just comes rolling home in front. Winnie from the outside looks to have nabbed a second. And we had one run to the winner's circle. That was Juju. Juju's headed to the snack bar. Juju knows where the real prize is, the concession stand. Here's another look at it. Oscar Mumu Lulu Cornelius Power. That's the full name of Oscar. All right, Phil, it looks like they've got a lot of amazing tools and toys to work with down there for Oscar.
I know, Tom. This is Oscar Mumu Lulu Cornelius Power, Julian Power from Seattle. And you got a very, he highly motivated, yes.
All motivated.
He wants to run again.
Yes, he does. Yes. If the ball's at the end, he does.
And he's going to be in the finals to try to win that big trophy. Have you guys done this before?
Once before.
And how did that go?
It went pretty well. He got distracted by the drone. So this time, we brought the right ball.
They brought the right ball. All right, back to you, Tom. We have one more heat for the English Bulldogs coming up.
Oscar looked mighty impressive as we get set for the fourth heat. And we've got Mac Zurcher from the inside out of Graham, Washington. From Sherwood, Oregon, Sergeant S'more is number 2. Elton John Baldock is number 3 from Seattle. Dashel is number 4, Tacoma. Bonnie Lake is Georgia from Post 5. Penelope is number 6 out of Seattle. They call her Penelope of the House Hippo. Winner in 2025, just last year. Nellie, number 7 out of Lake Tapps. Bellevue, Ripley's Believe It or Not. And Bro on the outside, number 9 from Federal Way. And that is your field for heat number 4. Pacifico bringing us all of the wonderful sponsorship on today's Bulldog race action. And they stand at the ready. Flag is up. And Bulldogs away. And towards the outside, flying off the mark, that looked like it was it the 8? Ripley's Believe It or Not? Ripley's, but believe it or not, it was Ripley's Believe It or Not. Ripley says that was too easy, let's do it again. Got Ripley and Bro, but Ripley comes on back. You also had Nellie, who broke smartly as well. Time to go trackside. Here's Phil with Ripley.
All right, we got some Bulldog traffic right down here, but we have our winner. That is Ripley's Believe It or Not. I believe that is Sue from Bellevue and Scott. They are running with the Bulldogs. That's a great shirt right there. And tell us about Ripley. What do you call Ripley, Believe It or Not?
Well, because, you can let it rip, and he's kind of like unbelievable, but he is a therapy dog, so it's a good thing.
Let's hear it for the therapy dog winning our Bulldog heat right here. They will be in the championships coming up later. Now, after race 4, we will have the French Bulldogs out here. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Phil. And Rip gets the job done. It was all business today. Ripley's Believe It or Not. All it took was that little rubber ball. That's all he wanted. Well, we have half of the stage set for our Pacifico Bulldog races. More Bulldog race action coming up after our 4th race here at Emerald Downs. Hey fans, First Bet's giving you up to $250 sign-up bonus when you open an account with the promo code EMD200. That's EMD 200 and bet $1,000 in your first 60 days. That's a 20% rebate on your first $1,000 in wagers. Download the First Bet app. That's 1/ST-BET. Do it today to get started, and remember to use promo code EMD200 to claim your exclusive bonus. Download the app now and bet today. First Bet. Ladies and gentlemen, there were two claims in the second race today. Number 3, Can't Deal With It, was claimed. The new owners, Gene Heredia, Elise Flores Sandoval, and Eliana Thompson. The new trainer, Jorge Rosales. Number 3, Can't Deal With It, was claimed from the second race. Also, number 4, White Peony, was claimed. The new owners, Swag Stables, new trainer, David Martinez. Numbers 3 and 4 claimed from the second race. Coming up, the third race today, no changes. It's the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse at a mile 70 yards. Post time for the third race at 3:03, 13 minutes to post.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, above the paddock here before our next race at Emerald Downs. And this is a two-turn race. It's going to start toward the left side of the tote board as you face the tote board. 1 mile and 70 yards. So we're going to go 2 turns, and we're going to have more Bulldog qualifying after race number 4. The championships are after the 6th. Had quite a few wide open winners in those Bulldog heats. Some great family entertainment there. Okay, let's take a look at the field for the 3rd. This is going to be the start of our jackpot pick 6 with that carryover, $2,930. Pick 6, jackpot pick 6 carryover. 10-cent jackpot pick 6 starts right here. It's the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse, and we're looking at Slew Skies. And boy, count up all the first-time Emerald Downs runners this weekend. There's a lot of them, and all but 1 or 2 are from Turf Paradise in Phoenix, John.
Yeah, we kind of expected that a little bit here, and part of it is, you know, it's still early in our meet, although I would anticipate by next weekend we're going to, you know, see a lot of the Emerald horses. If they haven't made a start yet, hopefully they'll get a race and they'll be in this upcoming Memorial Day weekend.
Slew Skies has definitely had some 2-turn breeding. He's coming off a series of sprint races. He won one. He won a sprint down in Phoenix about 2 months ago from off the pace. And, you know, the 1 post is not a bad starting point at this distance.
No, and he comes off a pretty fast race. In fact, we're going to see the winner of that race, Chelsea's Danzig Light, later on today. And, you know, they were moving 109 flat for a $4,000 restricted race. They're going pretty good there. And as you mentioned, he draws the rail. He has one routing. Of course, it was on the turf, but at least, you know, the distance shouldn't be a problem. And he's got enough tactical speed sprinting where he should be somewhat in contention going into that turn and might get that nice stalking trip here. I can see a lot of people looking at him at a price. I'm surprised to see him at 10 to 1 right now.
Carlo Lopez aboard as well, second time up. There's the 2 Coastal Waters from trainer Scott Tubbs, and dropping into a claiming race here after some conditioned optional claimers. We know him well from 73 starts as a Washington bred, just 7 races here, and those came last year.
Yeah, and he hasn't won in a while. In his last race, not sure what happened there, but he was somewhat competitive against maybe slightly tougher on the turf, but when he was running on the dirt, he was running $3,500 and such. But he's one of these horses, he's you know, kind of runs about the same race every time, and if he can get in contention at the end here, maybe he can get part of it. He's going to be a big price.
Gets away from Hot Legs Romolo, who beat him a couple of times recently down in Phoenix. Alex Cruz on the 2. There's the 3, Julian in Paris. Has a big late move in the stretch, whether it's a sprint or a route.
You know, in one race back, he lost to Twirling Derby, who won by 6 yesterday. That was a big effort by Julian in Paris. Last race, I had him bobbling at the start. He lost about a length and a half. He was wide on the turn, and he ran okay. He just ran into some tough sprinters, including Olympic Legend, who we know well, and great runner, the winner of that race.
Julian in Paris from trainer Charles Essex now after a recent claim. Kevin Krieger aboard. There's the 4. Benny Buckets, well proven around 2 turns.
Yeah, he ran 2 weeks ago, opening day, in the final race there. It was a small field. He was able to control the pace, and then right at the end, he went back to he changed leads and then went back to his left lead at the end and got nipped right at the wire, but he's going to be in contention throughout again.
Okay, he goes to the track with Silvio Amador up for Vince Gibson. Bourbon Dancer and Supermax, both winners at Emerald Downs. There's the 5 Bourbon Dancer, who's been in the money, 7 of 9 at this track. Top 3. He's won a couple of close ones at the Turf Paradise meet. And Supermax on the outside for George Maravilla with Blake Nunnally. To the track for the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse.
Stan Harrington's call to post for the third race today. It's the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse at 1 mile 70 yards. A claiming event purse of $12,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll arrive at the gate in 5 minutes. 5 minutes until post time.
Coming up on the third at Emerald Downs, the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse. This is 1 mile and 70 yards for older horses, and it's the start of our 10-cent jackpot pick 6 wager, and that wager has a carryover. There's already $2,930 in the pool. Let's head up to Tom.
Joe, in this one, I'm going to go to Julian in Paris, who should enjoy this little extra distance out to 1 mile 70 today. Sports new colors for owner Joe Crawford. Trainer Charlie Essex will send Kevin Krieger, who's in search of his 500th Emerald Downs victory. I go 3, 4, and 1 here in the third.
Thank you, Tom. Julian in Paris on top, coming off a third in his first start at the meeting. How about you, John?
I'm going to agree with Tom again. You know, it is his third race in 4 weeks, but he ran a big race sprinting last weekend here, and his route before was a big effort. He's got a nice style. Hopefully he can get out of the gate cleanly today, and we'll see if he can be there at the finish.
Okay, I'm going to vote for 4, Benny Buckets, who just is really consistent around here in these 2-turn races, showing that natural speed around 2 turns. Loves that first turn, hangs tough in the stretch, beaten at the wire last time out, drops a little in class. I'm on the 4, Tom and John on the 3 in the third.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the third. Third race, the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse at 1 mile 70 yards. Slew Skies, first one to settle in. Coastal Waters moves in alongside, and now they'll be joined by Julian and Paris. Benny Buckets strides to the mark. Benny steps right in. Bourbon Dancer, one from the outside. Supermax, last one. All in the gate. Mark Gibson will send them on their way. Little activity in the gate. Slew Sky's not too happy. Now shakes it off. Back in line. And runners away. It was a good start for Julian and Paris, and Benny Buckets as well rushes right up to take the early lead. Coastal Waters situated third just back of the lead pair, and Slew Skies with a ground-saving trip at the inside will drop back a length up to the outside with Supermax Bourbon Dancer ahead of that as they make way round the turn. Out front, Benny Buckets has the lead, 3 parts of a length, and Bourbon Dancer is quickly there to engage in second. Span of 2.5 or 3. Julian and Paris is racing a solid third and about 5 off the leader. Span of 3. Coastal Waters, Supermax side by side, and Slew Skies is at the back. Midway up the backstretch they go. First quarter, 23 2/100ths. As the tempo quickens to the far turn, and Benny Buckets lengthens the stride and is cleared 2.5 into the turn, 3/8 away. Chased by Bourbon Dancer from the outside. Still 3 back to Julian and Paris holding third, and the rest are far back with a 1/4 mile to go. Benny Buckets looking to take them the distance here. Kicks clear by 2.5 off the turn. Bourbon Dancer in pursuit. Julian and Paris still racing third, but on the go now, 200 yards away. Benny Buckets on the lead. Julian and Paris trying to close the gap, but Benny Buckets has shut them all down, and Benny Buckets will win it by 3. Julian and Paris second, Bourbon Dancer third, Supermax followed, Coastal Waters and Slew Skies. Time of the race, 1:39 30/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the third race today. Finishing first, it was number 4, Benny Buckets. Second came number 3, Julian in Paris. Third was number 5, Bourbon Dancer. And fourth, number 6, Supermax. Time for the mile 70 yards was 1:39 30/100ths. Third race today, the H.R. Gibson Memorial Purse. Your attention, trainers Jim Gilmore, Joe Toy, and Francisco Rodriguez. Contact the claims clerk, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's circle the Gibson family as we pay tribute to H.R. Gibson, who sadly passed earlier this year, an absolute icon in Pacific Northwest racing. H.R. was a mainstay here in the Pacific Northwest, and the Gibson family as well, and many of them of which joining us here today in the winner's circle. A special Emerald Downs welcome as we salute H.R. Gibson in the H.R. Gibson Memorial. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, it's Benny Buckets. Benny's owned by Steve Erlethahar, trained by Vince Gibson, Silvio Amador on board for the winning ride. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Smiling Tiger from English Garden. She was sired by Bernardini. Benny Buckets, bred in California by PT Syndicate. Look at the prices for the third race. Winner number 4, Benny Buckets, $4.46 on the win. $2.62 to place, $2.16 to show. Number 3, Julian in Paris. $2.10 and $2.10 on the place and show. Number 5, Bourbon Dancer, $2.76 to show. Winning exact to $4.54. The rolling double worth $5.97, 50-cent trifecta $7.62, 10-cent super $2.72, and the early pick 3 $13.24. Coming up, the fourth race today, it's the Pepsi Purse at 5 furlongs. Number 1, Owl's Big Boy, races without blinkers. No blinkers for number 1, Owl's Big Boy. Number 4, the Bronx Bull, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4, the Bronx Bull. Number 6, Chase, a correction for the owner. The owner should be listed as Gary Thomas Williamson. Post time for the fourth race at 3:35. 22 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget you can watch, wager, and win at Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, located just minutes away from Emerald Downs. Caesars Sportsbook. was a claim in the third race today. The winner, number 4, Benny Buckets, was claimed. The new owner, Sue Gilmore. The new trainer, Jim Gilmore. Number 4, Benny Buckets, claimed from the third race. Don't forget, coming up after the fourth race, we'll have our next 4 heats of the Bulldog races today, presented by Pacifico. Race fans, join us next weekend for Family Fun Days, Saturday, Sunday, and Memorial Day Monday. It's presented by Leaf Guard. There'll be pony rides, face painting, bounce houses, sidewalk chalk, and more. On Sunday, there'll be a kids race on the track as well. All activities are free. Kids 12 and under get in free every day here at Emerald Downs. Family Fun Days coming up Saturday, Sunday, and Memorial Day. Post time 1:50.
Moving on at Emerald Downs, turning out to be a very nice Sunday afternoon here in Western Washington. And we're coming up on race number 4. So this will be the start of the 50-cent pick 5, races 4 through 8. Tie those winners together. And our feature race is the 7th today. But we're also featuring the Bulldogs on the track. And we'll have more qualifying heats after this 4th thoroughbred race. And the Bulldog Championships after the 6th. And once again, a couple of giveaways coming up at Emerald Downs. June 5th, Friday night racing starts on June 5th. First race, 7 p.m. That's our first Fabulous Friday. And when you come into the track on Friday, June 5th with your paid admission, you're going to get a shirt. And this year it's a Hawaiian shirt. So a piece of apparel, admission to Emerald Downs for just $10. Plus, you wear that back on any Friday, any and all Fridays. The rest of the season, you get free admission. So, the Hawaiian shirt, Friday, June 5th, and then Saturday, June 20th is our 30th birthday, and we're going to have a bucket hat giveaway on that day. John Windley already has uses planned for that.
Yeah, so with the Hawaiian shirt and the bucket hat, it almost might be the first day of summer.
Hey, those tie in pretty well. Nice work, John. John always has a good angle, whether it be horses or social inclusion. Okay, let's go to the 4th race. Maiden race at 5 furlongs. Short sprint, Colts and Geldings. One first-time starter, that's number 8, Exactamundo. Al's big boy there on your screen. And he is an Oregon bred in the barn of Mike Morris, who is going to make his first start at Emerald Downs. His most recent race, he showed a little speed. He's been racing at high levels, John. He has blinkers off after this, 3-month layoff?
Yeah, he has yet to show too much, but the connections could have put him anywhere, and he shows 2 really good works at Emerald Downs, so it may just be a case of he shows talent in the mornings but hasn't put it all together, and maybe with the blinkers off and a little bit of a break and going to a different track, because those 2 works are really nice. We'll see if he can improve off his races, which up to this point he hasn't done too much, but you know, he's in here and he does, those works are somewhat intriguing.
Yeah, Mike Morris has Lenny Seacher on a board. So Al's big boy started his career last November as a 2-year-old, and you know, the 2-year-old break to 3-year-old, there's a time of growth in there, can often move a horse up. He comes back in 3 months. There he is, number 1. He's an Oregon bred. Number 2, Glorious Run. He's been gelded since his career debut. That was last August here at Emerald Downs. That type of running line always makes me look a little bit more because in a career debut, you can, you know, maybe have some circumstances, not be quite ready for the start, whatever. But he did run on well. And Tom Wenzel has him gelded, and of course he can go on Lasix now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and in that debut, I had him veering in at the start and losing a couple lengths, so the start didn't help him. It was a big 10-horse field, and he was right in the middle of the pack, and as soon as you're 2 lengths behind, there's a bunch of horses and a bunch of dirt, you know, you have every right to kind of fall out of it. But as you mentioned, he actually finished well, and he's by Run Happy, who surprisingly you would think have really good debut numbers. He actually, you know, is okay with them, but as they get older and get a little longer distance, they tend to do better. Of course, we have the So Happy almost, you know, be a contender in the Kentucky Derby earlier a couple weeks back. But nice workout pattern for a barn that does very well with layoff horses. I can see a lot of people looking here. I haven't seen the Dynamic Morning Line yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's pretty low on that.
Glorious Run. Yeah, 2 sons of Run Happy in here. And this one got an education last August at Emerald Downs. Comes back with Adrian Castellanos for Wenzel. There he is. Run Happy won the Breeders' Cup Sprint in his career. Stalking closing sprinter at the highest of levels. Number 3, Cosmic Brownie. Yes, he's sired by Run Happy as well. Emerald Downs debut. Showing a little bit of stalking type speed. Finishing not the best, but maiden special weight races, John.
Yeah, it looks like he showed up a significantly improved race last time. He showed good early speed and held on till the stretch and got a little tired. Then he came to Emerald Downs and worked, or prior to that he'd worked 45 and 3, so there was a hint that he was going to run a lot better with that good workout. And when he had run his first couple starts, he just was never in contention, and then finally kind of showed some early speed and improved race. He's going to have to improve a little more, but this is easier company. And as you mentioned, you know, he's another run happy, and I think they do tend to do better with racing, so we'll see if that's the case.
Joe Toy runner, Cosmic Brownie, raced earlier this month down in Phoenix. And going 5 furlong, short sprint today for these 3-year-old maidens. Carlo Lopez, second time aboard the 3. Number 4, the Bronx Bull, blinkers on. Career start number 2 for trainer Debbie Van Horn. And another coming a 2 to 3 type break situation off not a great experience in his debut.
Yeah, if you read the charts there, it says unruly probably wouldn't load and just was struggling there, and then steadied at the start and never got into contention. Again, you know, a learning experience for a lot of them. If you look at his breeding, he's definitely bred to get better as they get longer distances than 5 furlongs. We'll see if he improves here by Raging Bull. I think it was a turf router. So we'll see how he does here, but every right to improve off a debut where he just really wasn't, you know, in contention and probably mentally wasn't there.
I can see connections, you know, being optimistic. There he is, the Bronx Bull, a Kentucky bred. Talia Timontois aboard for Van Horn. 5 on his toes, just in time, and a nice second career start last September.
Yeah, and in that race, he broke about a length and a half slow, and then was along the inside, moved to the outside, and ran evenly for third. He goes for a barn who started off this meet red hot with 2 really nice 5 furlong works going into today. Every right to improve off those 2 races from last year.
Tim McKenna barn, Silvio Amador on just in time. Washington bred. Chase is the 6, trained by Steve Henson. Kevin Krieger rides Chase. Couple of starts up at Hastings, and 3rd of 6, 5th of 6, but again the 2 to 3 break.
Yeah, similar to some other horses we talked about. This horse was well bet in both those races and ran evenly. And again, when you see that, most likely they're showing talent in the morning and they're just not able to put it together from mentally or possibly mentally and physically. Really nice workout pattern. Maybe we'll see why he was bet so heavily last year.
There's the 6 Chase. Krieger getting up for Steve Henson. Big Wheels, the 7, is by acclamation a Breeders' Cup Classic winner out of a Tisnow mare, a 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
Yeah, same barn as number 4 Bronx Bull, and both of them wouldn't go in the gate. I'm guessing he saw his stablemate not going in. He's like, wait a second, I think something's up. So hopefully he'll behave himself a little better and improve.
Yep, raced about 4 months ago in Phoenix. Exactamundo's the first-time starter in the field out of a dam who ran just 3 times, but was placed a couple of times at Portland Meadows. And she has produced Bete Rouge, who is 2 for 12 lifetime. Coco Patino, runner with Carlos Montalvo. 8 to the track for race 4.
And the horses are on the track for the 4th race today in the Pepsi Purse at 5 furlongs. It's a maiden claiming event, purse of $16,000 for 3-year-old maidens. Reminder that number 1, Al's Big Boy, races without blinkers. No blinkers for number 1. Number 4, the Bronx Bull, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4. They'll be off and running in 5 minutes. Post time 5 away.
Coming up on race 4, the start of the 50-cent pick 5. More bulldog action after this 4th. Somebody's going to win for the first time. This is a maiden race. Whether you be male or female, if you're a maiden, you are a non-winner. And there's 8 in here, including one first-time starter, number 8, Exactamundo. Let's go up to Tom and get his selection for the 4th.
Joe, I like number 5, Jess, and the Times chances to graduate today. This one could clear early and be pretty tough at this range. Coming in here for trainer Tim McCann, has had a spectacular season so far. Jess in Time with Silvio Amador to do the guiding. Also, late threat could come from Glorious One, the 2-horse here, Adrian Castellano. So we'll keep an eye on that one from off the pace. I go 5, 2, and 3 here in the 4th.
Okay, 5 on top. Jess in Time had that good second career start here at Emerald Downs last September. A number of these coming off a layoff from last year or a few-month layoff from this year, John Lindley.
Yeah, as we talked, there's a number of them we expect to run a lot better this year. But I'm going to agree with Tom. I'm going to go with number 5, Just in Time. Also, the Tim McCann barn has started off super red hot. This horse had trouble in that second start last year and still ran well. Has Lasix, a little older, a couple nice 5-furlong workouts. We'll see if she can get the job, or he can get the job done in a pretty evenly matched field. But you did have Benny Buckets going wire to wire last time, so who's today's possibility?
You have Cosmic Brownie for second, who is up from Phoenix, first time for a price. Showed a little bit of early run.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he worked 45 and 3 before that race, and it looks like that kind of woke him up a little bit, and he might be the quickest of those that have raced. We'll see.
Okay. And I did go just in time with you guys. Good second career start. The 5-furlong works look strong as well coming into this race. So we're all on number 5 here in the 4th.
And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Post time for the 4th race, the Pepsi Purse. Al's Big Boy, first one to go in. Jess in Time settled away. Middle of the gate, here comes Glorious Run, one from the rail. Now they'll be joined by Cosmic Brownie, number 3. The Bronx Bull steps up. Chase is also led to the mark. Jockey Kevin Krieger steps off for the moment from Chase, as the gate crew will work to get that one situated in the starting gate. Meanwhile, the Bronx Bull takes position. Chase is right at the gate door. Now slowly going up to the mark is Chase. They have the 3-year-old by Pop Artist settled away now, and Kevin Krieger climbs aboard in the gate. Big Wills looks it over, one from the outside. Exactamundo, last one to go. Exactamundo steps up and in. All set. And runners away. Good start for Big Wills. One from the outside, fast into stride. Chase is quickly there, hustled to the front. And Cosmic Brownie picks up the running sharply along the rail as they race for the far turn. Up to the extreme outside comes Exactamundo. Span of 3 to Al's Big Boy. The Bronx Bull is alongside of that as they head it midway round the turn. Drifting back at the rail towards the tail is Al's Big Boy. And they run to the top of the stretch. 3 across the track. Chase from between horses puts a nose in front as they point for the final furlong. Chase on the lead. From the outside, chasing is Exactamundo, and at the rail, Cosmic Brownie. But Chase has opened daylight now. Chase will give jockey Kevin Krieger his 500th Emerald Downs victory. Cosmic Brownie was back in that with Al's Big Boy closing as well. The Bronx Bull outside to Glorious Run, further towards the back. Exactamundo shuffled just back of that set. And just in time at the till. Time on the board, 57 3/100. Appearing first on the board, number 6, Chase. Photo out there for the place position. Remind you, please, to hold all tickets until the results are official. Running time of the race, a fast 57 3/100. Photo shows number 8, Exactamundo, finishing second. Finishing third, number 3, Cosmic Brownie. Fourth, number 1, Al's Big Boy. Results official. Fourth race today, the Pepsi Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Chase. Chase is owned by Gary Thomas Williamson, trained by Steve Henson. For his 500th Emerald Downs victory, Kevin Krieger in the saddle. Chase, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Pop Artist from Finality's Charmer. She was sired by Finality. Chase was bred in British Columbia, Canada by Sandra Loseth. Here's a look at the official prices for the fourth race today. Winner number 6, Chase, returns $10.16 to win, $5.56 to place, $3.74 to show. Number 8, Exactamundo, $11.50 to place, $7.28 to show. Number 3, Cosmic Brownie, third, $3.48 to show. Exacta, $67.27. Rolling double, $10.91, 50-cent trifecta, $149.03. 10-cent super, $317.31. The pick 3, $13.95. Early pick 4, worth $44.61. Coming up next, more Bulldog racing presented by Pacifico. Time to go trackside. Here's Joe Withy.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, Bulldog races coming up. Some great thoroughbred action. That was a wide open victory for the Steve Henson trainee Chase. And a milestone from our defending jockey champion. Yeah, Kevin Krieger has a lot of fans. Win number 500 at Emerald Downs for Kevin Krieger. Ann Wisdom and Kevin Krieger Jr. here to support. Kevin, you have ridden a lot of different venues and done well in your whole career. But when you come back to Emerald Downs, you always have fans and you always perform well for them. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Tom. You know, let me say, Emerald Downs, I have to thank the fans. You know, the fans here is like family. I have fans here from 20 plus years ago that's been here every day. There's races in Emerald Downs. You know, I got to thank all the owners and trainers that support me. 500 wins. I'm very happy to be here today.
That's a big number for the number of mounts you have. You almost won the mile. You had a title in the 2000s, and I know you remember that 5-win day pretty well a few years back. And it's not quite 30 years you've been here. You're not that old.
No, definitely. But you know what? Like you said, all those days you mentioned is days we'll never forget. And I just thank God that I had the success I have here, and I hopefully and pray that I can continue to keep it going.
500 is a great number. He's always welcome at Emerald Downs, very popular. Kevin Krieger's 500th Emerald Downs victory.
Congratulations to jockey Kevin Krieger. The Bulldogs are on the track for the next 4 heats to see who qualifies to go to the big one. That's Dan Harrington's call to post for the next heat. First heat of this group. Louis runs from the inside from Woodinville, Washington. Benjamin Johnson's number 2 out of Seattle. Pork Chop also racing out of Seattle, number 3. Number 4 is Rose from Tacoma. Number 5 is Maverick from Kirkland, Washington. Little Moki is number 6 from Seebeck. Eloise is number 7 from Seattle. Kaiju is number 8 from Seattle. Cora is number 9 from Everett. Little Bear, number 10 from Bothell. Number 11, Chip Supreme, Renton, Washington. And from Puyallup, Tinkerbell on the outside. And we have the Bulldogs already in position for our next heat to see who will qualify to go to the championship. Flag is up, and Bulldogs away. It was a good start on the outside for Cora. Cora, straight line shot to the finish line. What a tremendous run. It also looked like Rose ran a big race as well in that group. But Cora, like a dart, came zipping to the finish. Time to head down trackside to Phil. He's got that ball of energy known as Cora alongside.
I know. I got James and Lori from Everett here, and that is a really fast dog. Have you been practicing?
A little bit, I have to admit.
How do you practice? Tell me your strategy.
Well, she has this ball that she just goes absolutely crazy for. As soon as you get it out, she's on it. Yeah.
She was on it. That was a very fast heat. You'll be back for the championship. Our next French Bulldog heat coming up in just a moment. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Phil. Cora carves her path to the championship round. What a showing by Cora today. All business. Here comes the next group of Bulldogs for our next heat. From the inside, Ron is number 1 from Kirkland. Number 2 is Henry, also from Kirkland. Buddy is number 3, racing out of Tacoma. From Carnation, Washington, Dolly is number 4. Number 5 is Giovanna, or Gia for short, from Auburn, Washington. Walter is number 6 from Paulsbo, Washington. Number 7 is French Toast Malone from Tacoma. Rocket is number 8 from Auburn. Khaleesi's number 9 from Federal Way. From Port Ludlow, we have Bobby, number 10. Chloe's number 11 from Maple Valley. And Peanut on the outside from Lake Forest Park, Washington. A cast of a dozen, just about set. Bulldogs stand at the ready. Flag is up. And Bulldogs away. Good start on the inside. It looks like Ron from the inside had a very good showing. Looks like he outlasted the closers. We'll wait for the official word, but Ron from the inside running a big race today. It was a close finish. Might have been a photo finish. Ron on the inside. Khaleesi came closing fast towards the outside. We'll let the judges sort that out. trackside once again to Phil. That was a photo finish, Phil.
You know, Tom, I figured let's talk to both of them because they're both going to be in the finals. That was really close. I don't know. Did you guys think you won, or what do you think of the finish there?
Yeah, we won. We won.
You won. What do you guys think?
Sure. Well, wait till the final.
Wait for the final. There you go. Okay, that's Ron, right? And this is Tim and Kim from Kirkland. Have you been practicing for this?
Yes.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. That means a lot, folks. They've been practicing. What about you guys? Have you been practicing?
We have.
How do you practice?
Go find it.
Go find it. There you go, folks. That's the strategy. They're both going to be in the finals. Our next heat coming up in just a moment. Back to you, Tom.
All right, a good race right to the finish. Here's the finish on the big screen. Ron at the inside and a fast closing Khaleesi from the outside. And they will both advance as we get ready for the next heat. This one has a lot of action promised. And here's the field. Josephine, also known as JoJo from Auburn, races from the inside. Peaches Elkin is number 2 from Tenino, Washington. Tenino, that is. Wilburton Pittman, number 3 from SeaTac. Number 4, Handsome Blue out of Tacoma. Earls, number 5 from Seattle. Griffey's, number 6 out of Seattle. Number 7 is Beasley from Port Orchard, Washington. Number 8 is Gertie Stennett from Paulsbo. Meatball, number 9 from Gig Harbor. Warren Antonelli, a winner last year from Port Orchard. And shipping in on the outside from Spring Valley, California, Winston Bolt. We've got a shipper, folks. The two outsiders are heavy favorites, by the way, coming into this one. Warren Antonelli and Winston Bolt. Let's see how they do. Flag is up. And Bulldogs away, and what a race on the outside for Winston Bolt. Winston Bolt is the real deal. Flying home from the outside, and then you had Warren Antonelli, and looks to have finished second in that race. But boy, what a big run by Winston Bolt from Spring Valley, California. Let's take another look. Winston Bolt on the outside, home in front easily. And then the clear-cut runner-up was number 10, Warren Antonelli. Bulldog Racing today is presented by Pacifico, proud sponsors of the 2026 Bulldog Races here at Emerald Downs. Time to check in with Phil Trackside.
All right, Tom, we have a celebrity kind of in the house here. They shipped in, and this is Braden from Spring Valley, California. Now, I'll ask because I kind of know the story here. You got the kind of baggy. Yeah. This is a dog that does AKC Fast Cat, which is a 100-yard dash where they run by themselves. Were you worried about running with all these other dogs?
Not worried about it.
Not worried about it. You were so ready. Now, you came a long way for these races today.
Yeah, from San Diego. Anyone from San Diego? Hey, there we go.
How about Auburn? Say Auburn.
Auburn, what's up?
There you go. All right. Well, they came to win. Obviously, Winston beat our defending champ. They're going to rematch in the finals coming up in a little while. Our next heat coming up in just a few moments. Back to you, Tom.
Here's another look at it. Winston Bolt strides to victory. A powerful run by Winston Bolt coming in from Spring Valley, California. Now it's time for our final heat, final chance to qualify for the championship races. Blue will run from the inside. Blue is out of Shoreline, Washington. Geno's number 2. From Graham, Washington. Number 3 is Blackwell's Diamonds Sparkle. We're just going to call him Sparkle today. Vancouver is the hometown. Mr. Charlie is out of post 4. Olympia, Washington. Mark the Shark is number 5 out of Bellevue. Wally is number 6 from Seattle. Gus is number 7 from Lacey. Millie's number 8 from Linwood. Suki is number 9 from Gig Harbor. Frank is number 10 from Wenatchee. And number 11, Maple Bacon from Seattle. Field of 11 looking to earn a spot in the championship race. That's coming up after the 6th race today. It's all presented by Pacifico. There's a look at the challengers at the start line. All right, the flag is up. And Bulldogs away. Good start towards the inside for the 5, and that was Mark the Shark out of Bellevue. Mark the Shark, straight as an arrow on his path to victory. Mark the Shark likes that big green ball. Let's take another look. Middle of the racetrack, Mark the Shark holds on by a couple of Bulldog lengths to prevail. Once again, let's check in with Phil.
All right, Tom, I got Zane and Christine from Bellevue and Mark the Shark, who's got his own sign right there. And I just need to know, where does one go to buy a ball this size?
You know, you can buy Dick's Sporting Goods, someplace like that, athletic shops, you know.
Amazon.
And obviously you guys have been practicing for this.
Yeah, well, I mean a little bit, but not a lot. He's just got a drive to him, you know. He really.
It's the focus.
Yeah.
Check out Mark the Shark with that ball right there, Zach. Check that out. That's motivation right there. They will be back for the finals coming up after race 6. Back to you, Tom.
All right, congratulations to the winning connections. One more look at Mark the Shark. The championship races for the Bulldogs are still ahead. That'll be coming up after our 6th race for our horse racing schedule. There also is a look at the photo finish from the last race. Bulldog Racing today presented by Pacifico. The 5th race today is the Chelsea Remy Landry NBC HWC purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the 5th race. Post time coming up at 4:18, 16 minutes until post time. Hey fans, mark your calendar for the Muckleshoot Gold Cup Indian Relay races. They'll return for 3 thrilling days, June 12th to the 14th. Get your tickets today at emeralddowns.com. The Muckleshoot Gold Cup Indian Relay Racing returns. Fans, don't forget Friday night racing starts on June the 5th. This year, instead of a t-shirt, we're going to be giving away a Fab Friday Hawaiian shirt. Wear your shirt back on future Friday visits for free admission. Post time Friday nights will be 7 p.m.
Yep, next weekend, another family fun weekend here at Emerald Downs. The kids get a chance to get out on the storied Emerald Downs Oval with 30 years of history from some great thoroughbred races, and the kids get to run down the stretch next weekend. And then we'll be racing on Monday, May 31st, Memorial Day. Oh, wait a minute, that's a Sunday.
May 31st is, Monday's coming
Sunday.
up here, the 25th.
The 25th. Next. Thank you. Next Monday we'll be racing, Monday Memorial Day, May 25th. So join us for that, a little holiday racing action. All right, we're moving on to the 5th race. And again, congratulations to Kevin Krieger. Off to a great start again this year and just picked up his 500th Emerald Downs victory. Is that Chase, who raced at Hastings last year, put on quite a show.
Yeah, we talked about her before the race. She had been bet pretty good in both her starts last year and kind of didn't put it together, but she sure put it together today. She was in a speed duel all the way around the racetrack, and then at the end just accelerated away from the field and finished the last eighth of a mile in 12 seconds, which is flying for the end of the race. We'll see what she does going forward, but that was impressive.
All right, there's Creme de Menthe, and Creme de Menthe is, she runs good races at Emerald Downs, and she's had a fine career. Her last several races, most of them not very stellar for her overall ability. And you can say, Turf Paradise just wasn't her cup of tea, although, she ran second a year ago down there. But her Emerald Downs races, if you take away running against La Push, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, she has done okay at Turf Paradise. However, she had, had a lot of races last year. She might have just tailed off. The connections gave her a bit of a break. She shows two really nice workouts, and she's going to get a hot pace to run out here. As we'll talk, there's a couple of horses here who like the lead, and they're pretty quick early. So we'll see if the return to Emerald, a little bit of a freshening and getting that hot pace to run, that sets her up for a big stretch run.
Kevin Krieger has won aboard Creme de Menthe. He is up today for Debbie Peary. And a little break, 3 months away. You mentioned those nice works. Just excellent stock and closing races for a couple years at this track. Number 2 is Banji Go, who comes off a victory at Turf Paradise. And she's had a decent career. She was sharp at the end of that meet and won the Ann Owens Distaff restricted to Arizona breds.
Yeah, she got a really good trip that day off a contested pace and was able just to edge clear right at the end there. Super game effort. And this is a little shorter race. She hasn't been as effective up to this point at 5.5 furlongs, but she's going to have that nice stalking trip here with a couple horses outside of her like the lead early, one of them that she ran against last time, and we'll see if she can get it again and make it 2 straight.
Yeah, Blake Nunnally rode her down in Arizona in Banji Go's last 2 starts, and both of those really fine races, both in Arizona bred stakes races. So she comes up, and she's been up here before, has a couple of placings at Emerald Downs. Short sprint today for her, 5.5 furlongs. Number 3, Bobby's Genie. Wow, big effort in her seasonal debut after running well here last year. She did look like a winner at the 8th pole, even the 16th pole.
Yeah, she had the lead there right entering the stretch, as you mentioned, but was out finished late. She was even money that day, but she ran huge. She just ran into the wrong horse on the wrong day that had won all over the country almost. But, it was a big effort by her. She's inside speed, and she likes 5.5.
Bobby's Genie from George Rosales with Adrian Castellanos back up. Ran 3rd to Sharp Attitude a little more than a month ago down in Phoenix. Sharp Attitude number 5 in here, but that was a very productive race as well. She was in that all the way, and she's good in short sprints, is Bobby's Genie, and she comes back in 8 days after that good performance here. There she is, Calbred by Stanford, 6-year-old mare. Won almost 20% of her career outings. Ms. Flashy Harbor, she is now a 6-year-old mare, and she gives a good account of herself. She's won in California, Arizona, and couple of good finishes. She took a little drop in class last year and ran well.
Yeah, she wasn't able to win a race. It's been a while she's won a race, but she's going to benefit from what might be a super hot pace, and she is fresh, and she shows a nice string of workouts. This barn has won with the horse off a layoff in the past, so I wouldn't be concerned there. And 5.5 is surprisingly she's done good at. She's got a good record at 5.5.
That's right. 2 of her 4 career victories are in short sprints, and could set up for her late run. Ms. Flashy Harbor, trained by Steve Bullock. Carlo Lopez up. Number 5 there is Sharp Attitude, and she did beat Bobby's Genie, as we mentioned, down in Phoenix. And Banji Go got her pretty good in the Ann Owens Distaff. So few of these have run against each other.
Yeah, and the Essex barn has 2 horses in here, one of them being Banji Go, the other Sharp Attitude. But the biggest difference is this is 5.5, which Banji Go is 0 for 3 at, and Sharp Attitude is 4 for 8. And she draws outside her main pace rival Bobby's Genie. So if she breaks sharply and she can get the loose on the lead like she did one race back, you're going to have to catch her. We'll see what Bobby's Genie's connections do, but she loves this distance.
Boy, that is a fine record. Emerald Downs debut for Sharp Attitude from Charles Essex. Silvio Amador St. Mihiel is by Army Mule, and she's 3 for 9 lifetime, showing tactical speed. She, other than Empress of Grace at Del Mar and first off a layoff, a lot of good efforts from her for Debbie Peary. Alyssa Morales rides. We go to the track for the 5th.
Horses are on the track for the 5th race today. The 5th race, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. The Chelsea Remy Landry NBC HWC purse. It's a starter allowance event, purse of $14,000. It brings out fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be off and running in less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes until post time. Race number 5 at Emerald Downs.
5.5 furlong sprint for fillies and mares. And what do we have? A couple horses, 3 horses last raced at Turf Paradise, one at Santa Anita. Ms. Flashy Harbor off the layoff from 2025. And Bobby's Genie, a big effort 8 days ago. Let's head up to Tom.
Going this one, I'm looking to number 2, Bangy Go with Blake Nunley. Bangy Go was just up in time to win the Ann Owens distaff down at Turf Paradise and just missed in the Cactus Trial here as well. Both of those are minor stakes races. Nonetheless, top efforts on each occasion. Bangy Go, my top pick coming into this one with major opposition from Trinidad, number 1. Of course, for the course, who's won 4 out of 11 starts here overall. So I'm going to go Bangy Go number 2, along with the 1 from Gannett and Bobby Skinny to round out the top 3. 2, 1, 3.
Thanks, Tom. John Lindley, how do you see this race?
I'm going to go with the same horse. You know, Bangy Go comes off 2 big efforts. Now, things did set up for her last time, but I'm kind of hoping the same thing happens again. Sharp Attitude and Bobby's Genie are pretty quick early. If they were to hook up, she's going to get that stalking trip, and she can make it 2 straight. Her last 2 efforts are super impressive.
Yes, indeed. And she has a little history here at Emerald Downs, some positive history. I took Creme de Menthe in here, the 1. As you mentioned, number 3 of the 6 like to just get right out and contest. And Creme de Menthe, you know, the layoff undoubtedly helped her. She was not going her best in February, but it's been a little over 3 months and a couple nice works. And boy, some good work here at Emerald Downs Oval from her. Should get a pace to run out. Kevin Krieger aboard for Debbie Peary. I'm on the 1. John and Tom on the 2 here in the 5th.
And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Post time for the 5th. Creme de Menthe, first one to go up. This 5th race, the Chelsea Remy Landry NBC HWC purse. Bangy Go, the gray, right up to the line. Bobby's Genie strides to the mark. Here comes Miss Flashy Harbor. Sharp Attitude, 1 from the outside. Saint Miel will be the last. Saint Miel steps in, ready for a start. Charging the door there. Along the inside, might have been Creme de Menthe. Back in line. Runners away. Good start for Creme de Menthe at the inside. Bangy Go is right there to run with the leader. Bobby's Genie prompted from between horses in Sharp Attitude, 4 off the rail next on the outside. We'll go back 2 to St. Miel, second last, and 3 to Miss Flashy Harbor as they sprint for the far turn, less than a half mile away. And on the front end, on the inside, Creme de Menthe trying to cling to a narrow advantage, but a battle ensues for the lead. Bobby's Genie is right there to split horses. Here comes Bobby's Genie now to emerge to the front. Sharp Attitude still in the search from the outside. Creme de Menthe is at the rail. They come off the turn and run for home. A final furlong away. And Bobby's Genie leads the charge. Chased by Sharp Attitude. Creme de Menthe is next. And St. Miel in late. But Bobby's Genie in command. Bobby's Genie will win it by 2. Race for second goes to Sharp Attitude. Miss Flashy Harbor followed. Back to St. Miel, Creme de Menthe, and Bangy Go. Time of the race, 1:03 3/100ths. official order of finish appears on the total Zader board for the 5th race today. Finishing first, it was number 3, Bobby's Genie. Second was number 5, Sharp Attitude. Third came number 4, Miss Flashy Harbor. Fourth was number 1, Creme de Menthe. Again, the running time, 1:03 3/100. The 5th race today was the Chelsea Remy Landry NBC HWC Purse. Results are official. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Bobby's Genie. Owned by Ileana Thompson and Jean Heredia, trained by Jorge Rosales. Adrian Castellanos in the pedals for the winning ride. Bobby's Genie, a 6-year-old bay mare by Stanford from Genie's Genie. She was sired by Broken Vow. Bred in California by Michael Allen. And official price is here. Winner number 3, Bobby's Genie, $474 to win, $278, $226 across the board. Number 5, Sharp Attitude, $310 and $266 on the show ticket. Number 4, Miss Flashy Harbor, $3.14 to show. The Exacta, $6.59. Rolling double, $25, 62 cents, 50-cent trifecta, $24.49. 10-cent super, $16.76. The pick 3, $16.55. And ladies and gentlemen, we're joined in the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle for our Valpak Jockey of the Week award, Adrian Castellanos. He has wins on all 3 cards coming into the day. Enters the week tied atop the standings with jockey Kevin Krieger and Carlo Lopez. Hats off to Adrian Castellanos, our Valpak Jockey of the Week. Coming up, the sixth race today, the Pacifico Beer Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 4, Golden River, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on number 4, Golden River. Number 7, A View from Above, has been scratched. Scratch number 7, A View from Above. Post time for the sixth race at 4:45. 17 minutes until post time. Don't forget, fans, coming up, our championship races for the Bulldogs right after this sixth race. It's presented by Pacifico. Now, you can stay up to date on everything going on here at Emerald Downs. Visit our website, emeralddowns.com. Also on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X. Be sure to stop by the gift shop located on the track level. Right next to customer service, we have a limited supply of Bulldog and Dog Day t-shirts, plus water bowls, bandanas, and more. You can take it home to your pup. The gift shop on the track level. Next weekend, it's more fun with Family Fun Days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Presented by Leaf Guard. We'll have pony rides, face painting, bounce houses, sidewalk chalk, plus Sunday there'll be a kids race on the track. All the activities are free. Kids 12 and under get in free here at Emerald Downs. And the Muckleshoot Gold Cup Indian Relay races return for 3 thrilling days, June 12th to the 14th. Be sure to get your tickets today at emeralddowns.com. The Muckleshoot Gold Cup Indian Relay races.
Trifecta King with Classic Cinema on top, and he has been on top in that horse quite a few races in 2026, including a win here at Emerald Downs.
Yeah, the rider was super aggressive out of the gate and took the lead there, and his record at 5 furlongs, I don't know, he's won, 5 to 6 or something at 5.5 furlongs. He's going 6 today, but still, he's clearly the horse to beat off his recent record.
Okay, yeah, this is a good sprint here. We're going to have a favorite in Classic Cinema because of his overall prowess this year, 3 for 4 in the calendar year, and he's won, 5 of 6 overall, dating back to last December. So just a good dirt sprinter for George Rosales. There's the one, Blazing Pim, and Blazing Pim from George Maravilla, second start at the meeting, ran here 8 days ago behind Classic Cinema. Pretty decent effort overall.
Yeah, and in that race, he was bumped around a little bit at the start. I had been bumped 3 times. It didn't really help him, obviously. He wasn't probably going to beat Classic Cinema anyway, but it was a nice effort despite a little bit of trouble earlier. He draws inside today. He does go to 6 furlongs, which he has won at in the past, and he has good tactical speed. So I think some reasons for him to improve. Maybe he can turn the tables on the big favorite.
Yeah, he also finished behind Classic Cinema in March down in Phoenix, so that rival, who's got the better of most of his foes in the last several months, has gotten the better of Blazing Pim. But Blazing Pim has 3 wins here at Emerald Downs, 3 of his 5 career victories. So he's done well on this track. Blake Nunnally up for George Maravilla on the 1. 40G makes his Emerald Downs debut. And, you know, I see some real consistent runs from this horse. How about 7 out of 8 in the Exacta last year? He hasn't won this year, but he's 3 out of 4 in the money for Kendra Lyons. And, you know, went down to Phoenix after running at Grants Pass, Tillamook, Prineville, etc., and competed very well.
Yeah, especially that last race, the turf race. Those are some tough horses he was running against, some of those from Santa Anita. He's done a lot of damage at the shorter distance. He has won at 6 furlongs, though, but he comes off 2 really game efforts. He can act from on the lead. He can also act from just off the lead early. He should get a good stalking trip because there's a couple outside horses that are pretty quick early, but he's in really good form.
He is. You know, the horses that he ran against in Phoenix were coming back to run well. We know Creative Ohm from here. Creative Ohm was probably second to Surprisingly Perfect among claimers of the meeting last year. 40G, Carlo Lopez up today for Kendra Lyons. The horse can come from just off the pace. Number 3 is No Ordinary Tiger. I'm thinking he's going to run a good race today, John. You know, we saw him a lot in 2-turn races recently in Phoenix and even at Emerald Downs last year. But dirt sprints, his record is okay, and he's dropping in class a little bit. Probably won't be on the lead in a sprint, but he's very tactical.
Yeah, and if you read the trip notes or you want to watch the start of his last race, he had significant trouble in the start. He was crowded, had steady check, was under restraint on the first turn, and then going on the backstretch, the rider had a little bit of an opening, tried to go up to the inside, and that kind of shut down on him. It was just a disastrous trip, and as you mentioned, he's probably going to have to close today, but his other races, he was right there all the way around the racetrack. We'll see if the return to a sprint and gets a nice stalking trip can get him in the winner's circle.
Okay, yeah, you know, his last 2 dirt sprints, Turf Paradise last December, second beaten the nose, and at Grants Pass in October, 3rd beaten a half length in a dirt sprint, so he can do that. Robbie Bays has Kevin Orozco aboard. Welcome back to Kevin, who had just a little training accident there, kept him out the first 4 days of action. There's the 4 Golden River blinkers on for Sergio Perez, Frank Alvarado aboard. Here's one in from California.
Yeah, he didn't show too much last time at 8-1 at Santa Anita, but he had some okay races prior to that. Running at Los Al, you have to go back a little bit to find a race where he was competitive near the finish, and that was last year in February at Santa Anita. But he is shipping in from Southern California. We always respect those horses, and if blinkers on, we'll see if he can improve off his recent races.
Yeah, good dirt sprint record, 6.5 furlongs for Golden River. Chelsea's Danzig Light, also from Kendra Lyon, another horse with good form who went from, the minor circuits of Oregon and ran well in Phoenix.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 wins in 3 starts and a good third, battling all the way around the racetrack in his last race and was able to draw off at the end. Now, probably maybe not as quick as Classic Cinema, I'm not sure, but definitely will be close by throughout and really good overall record.
Stablemate of number 240G, who just had a slight edge over him in a couple of Grants Pass races. There's Chelsea's Danzig Light by Winning Cause. Calbred 6-year-old Kevin Krieger has the mount. Classic Cinema, again, he's won 5 out of 6. He's fast, 8 for 20 lifetime, just always been a good sprinter.
Yeah, and his only loss was he was in the 2-hole at Turf Paradise and wasn't able to get to the lead that day, but all the other times when he's on the lead, he's not caught in the stretch.
Yeah. 1 for 1 here at Emerald Downs. Adrian Castellanos for George Rosala. Scratched the 7. Good focus on the outside, certainly with chances in here as well. 3 wins in 2026 already down at Turf Paradise. We head to the track for the 6th.
The horses take the track for the 6th race today in the Pacifico Beer Purse at 6 furlongs. It's a starter allowance event, purse of $10,000. It brings out 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 4 Golden River races with blinkers on number 4. And a reminder that number 7 A View from Above has been scratched. Scratch number 7 A View from Above. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
It's the 6th race at Emerald Downs, and some solid sprinters in this starter allowance to start the late pick 3. It's a 6 furlong sprint. Here's a look at Golden River up from California in the barn of Sergio Perez. Frank Alvarado aboard. Frank with a win and a second in the first 3 days of racing. Let's head up to Tom for his selection in the 6th.
Joe, I'm going to go back to the 6 here, Classic Cinema, who was an impressive winner during his first showing of the season here in Cape Dwyer fashion. And Classic Cinema certainly has the speed to get the job done. Has won 6 of his last 8 races, just absolutely on top of his game right now with Jockey of the Week, Adrian Castellanos in the irons. I go 6, 1, and 5 here in the 6th.
Okay, 6 on top, Classic Cinema, currently at even money. Might dip just a little lower than that, according to the Dynamic Morning Line, which is very accurate. John Lindley.
Yeah, when you look at Classic Cinema's record, it sure is hard to bet against him. But he was beaten once in his last 6 starts, and it was by number 8, Good Focus. And Good Focus was 20-1 that day, so he wasn't really, looked at. But he came back with, a race on the turf there, and I think he can kind of throw that race out. He draws outside his main rival. We'll see if he can outfinish him today.
Okay, 8 on top. I can see the 8 running a really big race. He is having an outstanding year. I'm going to go a third direction. Good Focus outran Classic Cinema in March down at Turf Paradise. 40G outran Classic Cinema last fall down at Grants Pass. Classic Cinema certainly is going to be tough to beat. I think everybody agrees on that. But 40G has a shot. I liked his races down in Phoenix, coming in from Oregon. I'm going to go with the upset from just off the pace. I'm on the 2, John's on the 8, Tom's on the 6 in race 6.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 6th. The 6th race at 6 furlongs, the Pacifico Beer Purse. Blazing Pim, first one to go up. Blazing Pim under the breakaway blanket. 40G will move in right alongside. Now comes No Ordinary Tiger. Kevin Orozco in the Bays colors for trainer Robbie Bays. Now they're joined by Golden River. Chelsea's Danzig Light to follow. Classic Cinema next one, the odds-on choice currently. Good Focus outside post. And the Pacifico Beer Purse. All in. Good start for Classic Cinema. Hustled right off the mark from the outside. Golden River's there to pick up the chase. Chelsea's Danzig Light in pursuit as well. Good Focus is hustled up now to challenge from the outside. 3 to 40G mid-pack, still 2 more. Blazing Pim and No Ordinary Tiger at the tail. Less than a half mile away, a sizzling opening quarter of 21.78. And they run for the far turn with Classic Cinema just in front, but Good Focus is right there. And Good Focus looks them in the eye. Those two move as one around the turn. Golden River is back into third. 40G wants to get in and gains from the outside. They come off the turn and run for home. Classic Cinema at the inside. Good Focus now puts a head in front. Middle of the racetrack comes 40G in full stride. Golden River late as well. Blazing Pim flying at the inside. Mad dash to the finish. Blazing Pim gets up to win it. Golden River right alongside. Then came 40G. Good Focus followed to Classic Cinema and Chelsea's Danzig Light. They stopped the clock in 1:09 and 54 100ths. Photo finish for the 6th race. There is a photo. 6th race today, the Pacifico Beer Purse. Photo shows number 1, Blazing Pim, the winner. Number 4, Golden River was second. Number 2, 40G third. Number 8, Good Focus was fourth. Once again, the running time, 1:09 and 54 100ths. The 6th race, the Pacifico Beer Purse. Results official. The official winner, number 1, Blazing Pim. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Blazing Pim. Owned by Irma Esmeralda Angel, trained by Jorge Maravilla. Blake Nunley in the saddle for the victory. Blazing Pim's a 6-year-old dark mare, brown gelding by Vronsky. From Just Lookin' Again, she was sired by Tiz Bud. Bred in California by West 12 Ranch Incorporated and Craig Allen. horses for the 6th race. Winner number 1, Blazing Pim, returns $15.88 to win. $6.52 to place, $4.22 to show. Number 4, Golden River, $10.74 to place, $6.48 to show. Number 2, 40G, $4.22 to show, winning exacta, $58.99. Rolling double, $16.40. 50-cent trifecta, $134.74. 10-cent super, $138.74. The pick 3 paid $73.92. Winning pick 4 worth $102.10. In the upcoming 7th race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the 7th race. Post time on the board at 5:25, 30 minutes until post time. Coming up next, it'll be the Bulldog Championship presented by Pacifico. Race fans, don't forget Friday night racing starts on Friday, June 5th. This year, instead of a t-shirt, we'll be giving away Fab Friday Hawaiian shirts. Wear your shirt back on future Friday visits and receive free admission. Post time Friday nights, 7 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the Bulldog Championships. We have 2 divisions, the English Bulldogs, then the French Bulldogs. The championship rounds presented by Pacifico. and gentlemen, here's the field for the English Bulldog Championship. You saw them in the heats. Here's the big one from the inside, Meathead from post 1. Number 2 is Boo Boo Dalit. Number 3, Sir Nigel Peddington. Rudy is number 4. Number 5, Ripley's Believe It or Not. Number 6 is Maui. Number 7 is Titan. Number 8, Max Zurcher. Number 9 is Winnie. Number 10, T. Molly Winsong. Number 11, Penelope of the House Hippo. And on the outside, number 12, Oscar. Moo Moo Lulu Cornelius Power, his full name. And that's the field for the English Bulldog Championship race. And we're just seconds away. The flag is up. And Bulldogs away, and on the outside, a big run from Oscar. Oscar with a huge effort, all business, straight line path to the finish, and Oscar pulls off the championship run. Here's a replay once again. You'll notice on the outside, Oscar striding to victory. And Oscar is going to be the English Bulldog champion. Special thanks to our great sponsors, Pacifico, for sponsoring the Bulldog races this year. Boo Boo running around on the loose down there. They got to get Boo Boo. Boo Boo's elusive. And off goes Boo Boo. Boo Boo's going to work the crowd now. And here's the field for the French Bulldog Championship. From the inside, we have Khaleesi. Rose is number 2. Chloe's number 3. Cora is number 4. Ron's number 5. Peaches, number 6. Number 7's Mark the Shark. Number 8's Winston Bolt. Number 9 is Maple Bacon. Number 10 is Warren Antonelli. Number 11 is Frank. And on the outside, number 12, Kaiju. The French Bulldog Championship is upon us. The final Bulldog race of the day. And they stand at the ready. And Bulldogs away. Great race by Titan, it looks like. Or check that. That was Winston Bolt, of course. Winston Bolt, Mark the Shark was along the inside, but Winston Bolt came blazing home, and it was over with in just a split second. There goes Winston Bolt. Look at him go. Winston Bolt straight to victory. Fantastic race today by Winston Bolt, winning the French Championship. We'll catch up to the winners in the winner's circle here in just a few moments as they sort things out. But what a big run from Winston Bolt. He looked tough after winning the heat qualifying round, and he came back and did it again in the championship. Congratulations to the connections of Winston Bolt, winning the French Bulldog Championship. Just a few moments, we'll head to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation for this year's Bulldog Championship races. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for all of our championship contestants in the Bulldog races, presented by Pacifico. Let's check in the winner's circle. Here's Phil.
Thank you, Tom. We have a lot of barking going on down here and a lot of excitement in those championships. We have a local dog and an out-of-town dog. Our winners, let's first talk to our English Bulldog winner who's making a lot of noise down here because you just won that race. That is Oscar Mumu Lulu Cornelius Power and Julian from Seattle. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's thrilling. We had a little bit of an obstacle at the beginning. He got a hold of the ball and he wouldn't let it go. And so we had to wrestle it, but we got it. And yeah, we made it in the end.
And where is that accent from?
Originally Australia.
Australia. Very nice. Did you ever do dog racing down there?
No, never.
What about you?
Never.
This is the first time you guys, what'd you say this is your first time? Second time racing. Okay, congratulations. Look at that size of that trophy. Yes, we also have from our sponsor Pacifico a dog bed, a bowl, and a toy as gifts from our sponsor. Now let's turn to Mr. San Diego here.
Woo, let's go.
Let's go. You were psyched up with the crowd and everything. Winston Bolt bolted to the finish with one of the fastest times we have seen in our Bulldog race history here at Emerald Downs. Congratulations.
All right, cool. Thank you. First, I want to thank God for this opportunity and my brother for coming out to help out as well, and my wife and my 8-month-old daughter.
One more time, I want you to do what you did on the track there. Get this crowd hyped up. Check it out. There you go, Tom, our Bulldog race winners for 2026 here at Emerald Downs.
I don't know how you top that. Tremendous runs by our champions today. Here's another look. Winston Bolt strides to victory, and he just kept on going. He could have done a full mile lap, I think. Our 7th race coming up next. Post time for the 7th race in 11 minutes on the board at 5:25. forget, next weekend, family fun days on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. For Memorial Day, it's all presented by Leaf Guard. There's pony rides, face painting, bounce houses, sidewalk chalk, plus Sunday we'll have the kids race on the track. All the activities are free, and kids 12 and under get in free every day here at Emerald Downs. And ladies and gentlemen, late overweight note in the 7th race. Number 2, Subtle Shimmer, will now carry 1 pound over. 1 over for number 2, Subtle Shimmer, in the 7th race.
Well, some great bulldog action out on the track there. And wow, those performances by Oscar and Winston Bolt. Yeah, I got to think Winston Bolt threatened, if not broke, the track record for bulldogs. That was impressive. Congratulations once again. Some great fun out there. And some eager doggies putting on the action. We've got a couple of thoroughbred races remaining here on Sunday. And this is the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse for 3-year-olds and up under allowance conditions. And racing next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 1:50 p.m. Yeah, next weekend. Actually, Monday as well. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're racing on Memorial Day, Monday, May 25th. as well. So 3 days of racing next weekend. We'll have the kids on the track.
I think they all get an ice cream after that too. Is that happening again this year?
That has been the tradition, yeah. Ice cream for the kids running down the track. Let's take a look at the field for the Sunday feature. There's Omachi Girl, trained by Preston Boyd, who's also the breeder and owner. And we did see her one time at Emerald Downs last year, and then she went to Grants Pass after a little break and ran 2 good races.
Yeah, she didn't show too much at Emerald, but she was given a break, as you mentioned, and then caught a muddy racetrack and just got beat a nose and came back and dominated the field at even money. And shows a couple nice, 3 nice workouts, short workouts, which is normally the way this barn trains their horses, just kind of short workouts. She is a 6-year-old mare that just broke her maiden, and this is a little tougher company, obviously, than probably the races at Grants Pass, but you got to respect it, the fact that she did improve when she got going and has a good workout pattern leading into today.
Yeah, Omachi Girl moved forward in her career for sure last fall down in Oregon. So she's had a couple of good morning drills. There she is by Running Tap. Talia Timontois aboard. There's number 2, Subtle Shimmer. And a win and a second earned her honors, Washington bred honors last year by conveyance out of Private Fortune. And you know that Whiskey High, who beat her a couple of times down in Phoenix last December, that horse is 6 for 8 lifetime.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, she ran a big second in the Lassies after breaking her maiden very impressively, earning a good speed figure for that race. This barn's already run with 2 layoff horses. Clubhouse Drama was coming off a layoff. Adios Jojo was coming off a layoff. So you know that the barn has them ready. She has good tactical speed. But the other positive is she did pass a horse in this stretch a couple times at Turf Paradise and, of course, at Emerald, which is going to bode well for her future. And we'll see what she does today coming in her seasonal debut.
You bet. A lot of 2-year-olds just go as fast as they can as far as they can in those sprints. But Subtle Shimmer even able to have been ridden to pass horses and a win and a stake second, finishing ahead of Falling Leaves there in the Lassies. Howard Gibson runner, Adrian Castellanos aboard Subtle Shimmer. Guard Your Spot showed good speed last year as a 3-year-old filly, had that huge victory on the 3rd of July. And it was the day of the Wally and Bonnie Jenny Memorial Purse. And, of course, Bonnie trained this horse before her untimely passing last year. And her last couple races, a rout and La Push made everybody look bad on closing day last year.
Yeah, and, it took her a race to get going earlier in her career as a 3-year-old filly. And as you mentioned, she put it all together on that July 3rd night and just blitzed the field there and maybe was just overmatched her next couple. She comes to this race with kind of a slower workout pattern than we've seen some other horses, but she was getting, a couple 3s, a couple 4s, and a couple 5s, so she looks fit, and we'll see if she can compete at this level. She appears to have needed the lead up to this point. Hopefully, we'll see if she's able to get it, and if she is, maybe she can start off this year with a nice win.
That's Guard Your Spot, Silvio Amador for Doug McPhee. Number 4 on your screen is Mimi Kai by Conveyance out of Deja Views. She's the younger sister of A View from Above, a productive female family. Second out improvement, John.
Yeah, her first start she showed speed and then of course was able to run a much improved race, and she's been off a little bit since then, and she's getting Lasix coming up for her 3-year-old year for a barn that does very well with horses off layoffs.
A couple of nice 5/8 works from Mimi Kai, Kevin Orozco up for Kay Cooper. That's the 5 Into My Sunset, and pretty nice start to her career.
Yeah, it's interesting. She's the only horse that hasn't run at Emerald Downs, but she comes in here and she's going to be 2 to 5 based on the dynamic morning line, and for good reason. She was awful impressive her debut. She followed that up with 2 big efforts. She draws outside tactically, has a perfect style. She's very well bred, an $80,000 Keeneland purchase.
Frank Lucarelli, Isaiah Enriquez, Naughty Night, had a nice maiden victory in Phoenix and then ran into a really good filly in Song of Songs. Howard Gibson runner with Blake Nunnally. And that is the field for the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse on the track.
for the 7th race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. It's an allowance event purse of $24,000 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to post.
Seventh race, allowance for 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares, sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs. There's a look at Guard Your Spot. Had a big maiden victory here last year, and that was at 6 1/2 furlongs. This is 5 1/2. She's got a lot of speed. Field of 6. Let's head up to Tom Harris for his selection. Okay, yeah, Into My Sunset. Good racing from her in her 3-race career. She's going to be a strong favorite. John.
Yeah, and she deserves to be a strong favorite here. She comes off 3 efforts. They're all excellent efforts. She drew tactically. She drew well here. She can pass horses in the stretch, which she was able to do in her breaking her maiden. Looks like the race goes through her, and the public sees that and everybody else. And I'm not going to pick against her. She looks pretty tough here.
There's a couple other runners in the field. Omachi Girl, the 1. Naughty Night. Ran here once last year, but had a nice maiden win. But yeah, the 5, Into My Sunset, the daughter of Audible, and just has run so well in her 3 races. The horse that beat her last time out shipped over from Southern Cal to beat her. So Frank Lucarelli trainee and Isaiah Enriquez has been up for all 3 of her previous starts. We're all on the 5, Into My Sunset, here in the 7th.
horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 7th. Field set to load. Amachi Girl inside post, first one to go up. Now comes Subtle Shimmer. Guard your spot to join them. Mimi Kai the next. Kevin Orozco donned in the pink silks for that one. Into My Sunset, standing by for the next spot. There goes Into My Sunset. Naughty Night will take up the outside post. Naughty Night. Right in. Girls all set. Runners away. They're giving their lead for 5.5 furlongs. Good start for Naughty Night from the outside. She rushes to the front. Guard your spots quickly there to pick up the chase. Mimi Kai racing a snug third, fourth. Into My Sunset the outside by 2. The Nomachi Girl follows second last. 2.5 or 3 back to Subtle Shimmer, and the girls take it into the far turn 3/8 of a mile away. Guard Your Spot is at the inside. Naughty Night is right there on the go. Circling up, it's a green light for Into My Sunset. Into My Sunset well into gear now as they run to the top of the stretch. They round the turn and head for home. Grandstand side, Into My Sunset puts a nose in front. Guard Your Spot battles on at the inside. They've left Naughty Night back in third now, 100 yards away. Subtle Shimmer's flying on the outside. The race to the finish. Subtle Shimmer up to win it. Into My Sunset second. Guard Your Spot followed third. Omachi Girl was next to Naughty Night and Mimi Kai. Running time, 1:03 and 54 100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the 7th race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Finishing first, it was number 2, Subtle Shimmer. Second was number 5, Into My Sunset. Third came number 3, Guard Your Spot. And fourth, number 1, Omachi Girl. Running time of the race, 1:03 and 54 100ths. Results are official. The official winner, number 2, Subtle Shimmer. Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Subtle Shimmer. Subtle Shimmer owned by Ty Leatherman and Addison Evans, who watches the race today from Lone Star Park down in Grand Prairie, Texas. Howard Gibson is the coach. That's a riding double for jockey Adrian Castellanos. Subtle Shimmer, a 3-year-old Gray-Roan filly by conveyance from Private Fortune. She was sired by Private Gold. Bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Frederick L. Pabst. Here's a look at the prices for the 7th race winner, number 2, Subtle Shimmer. $10.88 to win, $3.48 to place, $2.46 to show. Number 5, Into My Sunset, $2.10 and $2.10. Third, number 3, Guard Your Spot, $2.74 to show. Winning Exacta, $10.05. The Rolling Double, $61.34. 50-cent Trifecta, $13.44. 10-cent Super worth $17.08. Winning Pick 3, $61.87. Coming up, the 8th and final race today, the Compier's Northwest Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 1, Bronze Girl. A program correction. The owner and trainer should be listed as Jorge Maravilla. Jorge Maravilla, the owner trainer for number 1, Bronze Girl. Number 5, Shadowed Thoughts. The exclusive owner should be Han Chang Kum. Also, Shadowed Thoughts will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on number 5, Shadowed Thoughts. Time to go trackside. Here's Joe Withy.
Thank you, Tom. Subtle Shimmer, good here at Emerald Downs last year with a win and a stakes placing. Boy, starts off her 2026 season really well with that victory. Adrian Castellanos aboard for Leatherman and Evans. And also, of course, Howard Gibson is the trainer, and paying a little tribute to HR with those silks, Howie.
Yeah, that's what I told Kenny right before I walked in here. I was glad that they won today. Like, I'm glad that Vince won the race, the memorial race, and I'm glad that I was able to win with those colors today, for sure.
Undoubtedly. And who you got with you here?
I got Kingsley, my daughter, and then Caden, my nephew.
Good to have you here after a victory. And how about Adrian Castellanos aboard? You know, a little dicey start there for her, but boy, what a great recovery.
Yeah, honestly, at the beginning, I was wondering what happened because I had a couple horses in the race. I had Naughty Night and I had the other one. And when I saw her so far back, I was like, I wasn't paying that much attention at the moment of that one. So, but she ran a huge race, and then at the 8th pole, I was like, oh, maybe she'll get it. Maybe she'll get there. And then she ran a huge race today. So
she certainly did. That was a little stumble at the start and a great victory. She coming into this race pretty good this winter?
Yeah, Justin did a great job of rehabbing her and all that stuff. I think she needed a little time off in December. And then he gave her the appropriate amount of time off, and then thankfully he sent her to me. So I'm glad, like, she ran a big race today, and I'm very grateful.
Okay, yeah, Addie, Justin's daughter, part owner, but a big win for the Washington bred Subtle Shimmer. She takes the Muckleshoot Casino Resort purse.
Thanks, Joe.
8th race coming up, 8th and final post time at 5:53. 16 minutes until post time.
Eighth and final coming up at Emerald Downs. Thanks for joining us today. A nice day in May. And again, racing 3 days next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Memorial Day weekend. We've got a field of 7 fillies and mares here, sprinting 6 furlongs to complete the card. So those of you involved in the multi-race exotics probably got a pretty good route, John Lindley, as we've had a few favorites beaten here in the afternoon.
Yeah, a couple of heavy favorites in the last 2 races for sure. And, you know, if you play those races and you have small amounts of money, like a 50-cent pick 5 or 4, of course a 20-cent pick 6, you can do okay here when you get those horses that are heavily bet, because a lot of people will key them.
Here's a look at Bronze Girl and George Maravilla runner with Blake Nunnally aboard. Emerald Downs debut for her. She has won 4 out of 18 lifetimes, so, and she's a sharp breaker. Boy, look at those ones on the start for her. She's been involved in a lot of short sprints, so 6 furlongs only twice in her career so far. Not success, but let's see for a fast-breaking horse in her Emerald Downs debut.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's running at Los Alamitos in 4.5 and some shorter races, and she's on the lead, so you know she's super quick early. And if you just kind of take the case that maybe she just doesn't like Los Al, which is possible,
yeah,
she's gonna have the lead here. And when she's running in Northern California on mile racetracks, she did really, really well. Now, of course, Los Al's that too, but it's kind of a goofy surface, and some horses don't like it. So you got to respect the horse as quick as she is early, especially in a race without too many other horses that want the lead.
Right.
So she's going to have the lead into the turn. She might have it going the whole way.
There's See Her Beauty from Jose Puentes with Silvio Amador. Comes in on good form from Turf Paradise. Looking for her first win this year, but 4 out of 6 in the top 3.
And her only race at Emerald was an impressive 6-length win with Kevin Krieger riding her last year.
Okay. There is the 3 dress rehearsal coming off 3 Santa Anita races. You know, not stellar form there, but a track switch class drop situation for George Rosales. Alex Cruz aboard, a California bred mare. Looking to get back going. Solo Un Beso, you know, her 2 sprints last year before some route success weren't all that bad.
No, they were good efforts. This barn has done okay with horses coming off layoffs. She looks ready off her recent 5 furlong work. She's going to be finishing strongly in the sprints.
Jesse Velasquez has Pablo Castillo aboard Solo Un Beso. There's the 5, Shadowed Thoughts. Shadowed Thoughts with Talia Taimantois. Blinkers on for her seasonal debut.
Yeah, her and the next horse are out of the same stable. They both, La Popise, we've seen many times and win a lot of races at Emerald Downs. Both of them have similar work patterns. They both look ready.
Blinkers on, the 5, La Popise, won her first start at this meeting last year and added some other good efforts.
Yeah, you always got to respect her. She's won on the lead and she's won from off the lead.
5 wins here, and both 5 and 6 trained by Chung Kum Han. Prancy Pants is the outside horse also for Jose Puentes, in from Phoenix, as so many runners are. 18-time winner lifetime on the track for the 8th.
Called to post for the 8th and final, a distance of 6 furlongs. It's the Copiers Northwest Purse. A claiming event, purse of $8,500 for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 5, Shadowed Thoughts, will race with blinkers on. Post time coming up in just 5 minutes for the nightcap.
There's a look at See Her Beauty from trainer Jose Puentes in from Turf Paradise and knocking on the door a bit with some good efforts recently. A field of 7 in the finale. Fillies and mares sprinting 6 furlongs. Let's head up to Tom Harris one last time on Sunday.
All right, Joe, in this one I'm looking to number 3, Yes Rehearsal, who will ride some San Anita and Los Alamitos, where she was just mostly overmatched, but I think she'll fit better here for this claiming tag. A horse you talked about a moment ago, See Her Beauty, is also, as you mentioned, but much closer in recent, and also drops a bit here as well, so I think she certainly figures into the mix. And Solo and Beso to round out my top 8. I think a real threat in this race. Has won 2 of the last 3 starts here. She seems to be well here at Emerald Rounds. I go 3, 2, and 4 in the 8th and 5.
3, 2, 4, 3 on top. See Her Beauty looking to break through with that first victory of the year. John?
Yeah, I'm
Or
going
excuse me, Tom's on, thank you, on Dress Rehearsal up from Santa Anita. Tom's on the 3, John?
But I'm going to be on the 2, so
Okay.
it'll be okay there. You know, I looked at the dynamic morning line. I figured this See Your Beauty to be better. I'm surprised that she's 4 to 5. You know, this is a little more competitive race than it looks, but See Her Beauty's last year, her one race at Emerald Downs was sure impressive, and she comes off some good race at Turf Paradises against slightly tougher horses, but I just went off that one race. She was just crushed foes here. Hopefully she likes Emerald Downs and she'll make it 2 for 2.
Yeah, 1 for 1 here, and a favorite. And Dynamic Morning Line says right about that current odds of 4 to 5. I'm going to go on Solo Un Beso, who came out last year, ran second in a sprint, short sprint, then followed that up with the 4th out of 10, and then won 2 of 3 route races. So good running at this track. Well, this is her track. She's 50% in the exacta and sprinted fresh capably last year. I'll give her a shot here at 7 to 1. I'm on the 4. Tom's on the 3. John's on the 2 here in the finale.
horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 8th. Bronze Girl, first one to go up. See Her Beauty moves in alongside. Now comes Dress Rehearsal. Solo and Beso. Now Shadowed Thoughts. La Papis. Prancy Pants outside post. Last one. All set. Runners away. Steadied at the start. Dress Rehearsal. Quick into stride goes Bronze Girl from the outside, reaching out for the lead. Chased away by Shadowed Thoughts. There's 2.5 to La Papis. Running on third. Then back at the rail comes See Her Beauty. Next on the outside, Prancy Pants follows. Still 2 to Solo and Beso and Dress Rehearsal. At the tail, they've less than a half mile to go. Now they take it into the far turn. Bronze Girl, the leader, pushes clear by a length and a quarter. Shadowed Thoughts is right behind. On the outside, La Papis within striking range. At the inside, See Her Beauty next and 4 off the lead. They run to the top of the stretch, and Bronze Girl takes them off the turn, 2 to the good. They point for home now. Bronze Girl shows the way. See Her Beauty cuts into the margin from the inside, far outside. La Papis and Shadowed Thoughts is coming back again. Late save from Prancy Pants. Deep stretch though. Bronze Girl just in front. See Her Beauty the inside. See Her Beauty. La Papis on the outside. Bronze Girl back to Prancy Pants. Shadowed Thoughts, Solo and Beso and Dress Rehearsal. Time of the race was 1:10 and 52 100ths. Your attention, trainers Howie Gibson, Vince Gibson, Kendra Lyons, and Scott Tubbs. Contact the claims clerk, please. Trainers Howie Gibson, Vince Gibson, Kendra Lyons, and Scott Tubbs. Contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it's number 2, See Her Beauty. Second was number 6, La Papis. Finishing third, number 1, Bronze Girl. Fourth came number 5, Shadowed Thoughts. Once again, the running time was 1:10 and 52 100ths. Eighth and final race, the Copiers Northwest Purse. Results official. The official winner, number 2, See Her Beauty. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, See Her Beauty. Owned by Leon Scott and trained by Jose Puentes. That's a riding double today for jockey Silvio Amador. See Her Beauty, a 6-year-old bay mare by Mr. Big. From Camille C., she was sired by Roman Dancer. Bred in California by Harris Farms, Incorporated. Here's a look at the prices for the 8th and final winner, number 2, See Her Beauty, $332 to win, $220 to place, $210 to show. Second was number 6, La Papis, $714 to place, $418 to show. Third came number 1, Bronze Girl, $3.56 to show. The winning exacta, $11.78. The late double paid $15.91. 50-cent trifecta, $31.61. 10-cent super, $27.56. The 50-cent pentafecta, $227.78. And a look at the late pick 3, $54.96. The pick 4, $117.68. Today's pick 5, $503.34. The 10-cent jackpot pick 6, $630.29. There were no unique winning tickets in the jackpot pick 6, and that carryover pool for Saturday stands at $4,477.51. Here's a look at the photo for the win from the 8th and final. Race fans, be sure to join us for Family Fun Weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, post time 1:50. Yeah, there was a claim in the 8th and final. Number 2, See Her Beauty, was claimed. The new owner's Horse Players Racing Club. The new trainer, Scott Tubbs. Number 2, See Her Beauty, claimed from the 8th and final. Once again, Family Fun Days coming up Saturday, Sunday, Monday for Memorial Day racing. Activities for the kids, admission for kids free, 12 and under. Every day here at Emerald Downs. Make plans to join us. Post times 1:50 each racing day, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. From all of us here at Emerald Downs, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a pleasant good night.